Engineer Feliciano Padua, IIE President, Engineer Ramon Gatchalian Jr., the Vice President, say it, you are there as a force, say it, you are there as a force in building economies and in building the nation. Again, good morning, and we celebrate your 47th Annual National Convention. Mabuhay po sa inyong lahat. Engineer Feliciano Padua, IIE President, Engineer Ramon Gatchalian Jr., the Vice President of Technical Affairs, Engineer Antonio M. Abuel Jr., the Chairperson and OSH Consultant of the 2022 Electrical Safety Committee, and to all IIE members, good morning. Thank you for inviting the Occupational Safety and Health Center to your 47th Annual National Convention and your 3E Expo 2022. It is with great pride and honor that we are with you today in this national convention as you are celebrating this momentous event. Electrical engineers have always played an important role in our everyday lives. To say it, you are there as a force in building economies and in building the nation. Again, good morning, and we celebrate your 47th Annual National Convention. Mabuhay po sa inyong lahat.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
engineers present with us today. While waiting for other participants, let us sit back and relax for we will be starting in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Once again, a wonderful day to all of our participants who are with us today here on Zoom. I am Jean Rusky LVS Castillo, IIEE Council of Student Chapters National Officer, and I am your host for today. To our delegates, sponsors, IIEE officers, and distinguished guests, welcome to Electrical Safety International Conference, hosted by IIEE Electrical Safety Committee in line with the IIEE's 47th Annual National Conference and the 3E Expo 2022, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. With 4 different topics from resource speakers coming from different parts of the world, the Electrical Safety International Conference desires to pack your 8 hours with electrifying learnings and experiences. To formally open this conference, let us open our hearts, bow our heads, and feel the presence of the Lord for the invocation to be followed by the video conferencing etiquette.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang-unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay takal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gaya lugay, kimitang yang barog nun. Dalam bago si Balya niya tawag si Danginan, na pagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan yung mga dato binukaw, mga biyakaw bayan na mababay maging kudya matapid mga tang, sansirid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yan kay gaong kaungat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-puyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, ng pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ikaw yung matigam ka namin, walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sang mga ipatpid mo sang barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Yan, kay tagal lang, naga untong sa matkan mo, ng kariko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yung kanami paggiginawa. Tagal lang ang latso kanami, inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagapang sa kawanan lingkod sa patiwayan.
اللهم إنك ترى أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك واتقت على هذه المكان إيمانك وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagi naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang maiadya kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama dala ng makabagong mundo. Inihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya niyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanan payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahan paniniwala.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead.
To give his welcoming message, let us all hear from Engineer Antonio M. Abuel Jr., 2022 Chairman of the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee. Good morning, Engineer Abuel.
Hi, can you hear me, Gian?
Yes po. You're audible
Thank
po.
you, thank you. Director Maria Teresita Cocueco, our President Feliciano Padua III and other Board of Governors present this morning, to our Vice President Ramon Gatchalian Jr., who also serves as our overseer for the Electrical Safety Committee, my colleagues in the Electrical Safety Committee, of course, allow me to mention them one by one. To our advisor, baka magtampo po sila. To our advisor, Engineer June Lopez, our Vice Chairman, Choi Sagire, who is also the lead organizer of our event today, our Secretary, Ms. Annalyn Fernandez, Engineers Noel Lobo, Gindara, RG Banyel, Dennis Aquino from the Department of Labor and Employment, Sir Dante Jimenez, Robin Robina, Edwin Apasionado, Carlos Regime, Sam Montoya, and Jester Alubog. And also to our distinguished guests, resource speakers who really made an effort to be with us today despite the difference in time zones in their respective locations. My fellow electrical engineers, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. So welcome to our first Electrical Safety International Conference in alignment with this year's IIEE Annual National Convention. And this year's convention theme, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Recovery. So I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. Maraming salamat po. As your chairman of the Electrical Safety Committee, I am delighted to see this many interested electrical practitioners joining us in our discussions today. So I think we have 907 participants online. And I'm also honored by the generosity of our resource speakers. Although we are on online webinar only, for sharing their knowledge and experience to us. And of course, our special appreciation and thanks to our new Director of DOLE's Occupational Safety and Health Center, our dear friend, Director Maria Teresita Cocueco, for supporting and gracing this special event. I think, Gian, we will have some message from her later. Okay? So today, our Electrical Safety International Conference will allow us to expand our awareness of workplace safety hazards. So we, as licensed electrical practitioners, have a unique and risky exposure to workplace hazards. It is for the fact that we usually expose ourselves to electricity in itself. And today, we will have the opportunity to look in some granularity at these common hazards that we expose ourselves to, specifically electric shock, arc flash, and blast. And most common of all are fall from heights. The latter is the most often a result of the prior hazards mentioned. So, nahulog dahil na kuryente. So today, our speakers will walk us through these hazards and share with us methods on how to control and prevent them. So they will also share their valuable learnings to allow us to learn from their experiences. So I encourage everyone to apply the learning to your respective workplaces. Then it is our responsibility to plan and implement improvements in your systems and practices to protect yourselves, not only yourselves, but your colleagues from these dangers. I also suggest that you take advantage of this engagement with our speakers by asking questions to help you in further developing your understanding of electrical safety. So not to forget, I would like to thank our sponsors, the Manila Electric Company and Ansel Limited, for supporting the event today. So we all pray that we all find this day an enjoyable and rewarding experience. So with that, I declare our first Electrical Safety International Conference officially open. So maraming salamat po, and let's all have a productive day.
Thank you very much for that very warm message, Engineer Abuel. And this time, for his opening message, let me introduce to you the 2022 IIEE National Executive President, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III. Magandang umaga po, NatPress.
Ayan. Ayan. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes po, NatPress.
Oh, sorry. We are at Villamor Airbase. Ano? So, later kasama ko rin dito si Honorable Francis Mapili and Jaime Mendoza with me. To our distinguished guests, officers, members, and technical speakers, good morning po sa ating lahat. Ano? Thank you to our Electrical Safety Committee for organizing this event, Electrical Safety International Conference. Ano? So we are now really going international. So this is a pre-ANC activity that started last Monday. And congratulate ko lang muna itong Electrical Safety Committee headed by your chairman, June Abuel. Napakasipag ng mga members nito. Salute to all of you. So I am really happy that we finally make this happen despite all the uncertainties the organization faced for the last 2 years. Now I can proudly say that IIEE is finishing strong this year. I wish nothing but a continued success of our 47th Annual National Convention. And to all of you, thank you very much for your support of the electrical engineering profession and our beloved organization. Mamaya magtotok din si Sir Francis dito lang sa tabi ko. Today, as this event unfolds, only the promises to give the best of the best. II thrives together with our burning passion and drive to serve its worthy ends in the most profound way. Together, we shall reach the greater heights geared in one direction. My beloved members, let us all reap the benefits of the programs in this event where an insightful exchange of knowledge overflows. In the future, we will be able to respond together to the issues of the electrical profession and achieve our common goals. So with this, thank you very much po sa lahat ng participants. Please continue to support our activities for the 47th Annual National Convention. This is until November 12. Please join on November 11 on the opening, and in the afternoon, we'll have the general membership meeting. So with this, let us carry on and continue to be of service and uphold the integrity of the electrical profession. Bind us together, bind us forever. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Pwede ba ibigay kay Sir Francis for a short message?
Sure po, NatPress.
Sige, kasi nandito na rin sila with Sir Jaime. So napakaraming participants, almost 1,000 participants tayo today. And yesterday on our different activities, napakarami rin nag-attend. So thank you very much sa support ng ating mga members on this activity. Okay, bigay ko lang kay Sir Francis. Chairman, nandito si Sir Francis. Sandali lang.
Yes, sir. Please send my regards to Chairman Francis and Honorable Jimmy Mendoza, who are very supportive and in fact gave CPD points for this event. Thank you, Francis.
No problem. We apologize a bit for the very informal thing that we're doing right now. However, we would like to congratulate, of course. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. I hope that everyone is enjoying the seminar right now. And we are so thankful with our chairman of Electrical Safety, June Abuel, for organizing this very important event. And when it came to my attention that there is a bit of a problem as far as the CPD credit is concerned, immediately we took action on that because we feel that, and I feel that electrical safety is very important to all of us. As you know, I've been an advocate of electrical safety from the time that I was president of IIE in 2002. And our Philippine electrical codes are actually is what you call an electrical safety code. And we wanted to make this a universal thing as far as practice is concerned. And if ever uh, if ever we're going to do these practices, we wanted to get the best practices there is with other jurisdictions as well, so that we may be able to harmonize all those best practices and put this into the awareness of our people, awareness of our licensed electrical practitioners, as well as the community and the public that we serve. So having said that, I'm sure that you will have a very fruitful seminar today. Those of you who would be attending this seminar, I'm sure that the CPD credit units will be very helpful as far as the development of your electrical safety career is concerned. This is one of the career path that we are looking into. And hopefully with such knowledge and competency in the electrical safety, our electrical engineering licensed practitioners will be one of the best electrical safety practitioners all over the world. Thank you so much for the organizer. I thank you so much, and I thank the President Jojo Padua for organizing this kind of seminar. Thank you at mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pres Jojo.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Engineer Padua and Honorable Francis Mapile, Chairman of Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering. Ayan, kahit nasa labas po kayo, you still give time for this conference. Ingat po. Now, proceeding to the program that we have anticipated, to give her prefatory remarks, Dr. Maria Teresita Sumera Cucueco is the Executive Director of Department of Labor and Employment, Occupational Safety and Health Center. Prior to that appointment, she was with the Dole Osh Center in various capacities since April 2009. She has been an Assistant Secretary of Dole since July 2020, and in a concurrent capacity, she was the Director of the Bureau of Working Conditions. She is a third-level career executive service officer. Dr. Cucueco is a medical doctor who graduated from De La Salle Medical and Health Sciences Institute, Dasmariñas, Cavite. She holds a master's degree in occupational health from the University of the Philippines College of Public Health. She earned postgraduate academic units in occupational health and safety from the University of Minnesota, Minneapolis, USA. Once again, Honorable Maria Teresita Sumera Cucueco from Occupational Safety and Health Center, Department of Labor and Employment. Let's give her a round of applause.
Engineer Feliciano Padua, IIE President, Engineer Ramon Gatchalian Jr., the Vice President of Technical Affairs, Engineer Antonio M. Abuel Jr., the Chairperson and OSH Consultant of the 2022 Electrical Safety Committee, and to all IIE members, good morning. Thank you for inviting the Occupational Safety and Health Center to your 47th Annual National Convention and your 3E Expo 2022. It is with great pride and honor that we are with you today in this national convention as you are celebrating this momentous event. Electrical engineers have always played an important role in our everyday lives. In all aspects of our lives, whether in residential, in workplaces, in commercial, in transportation, in entertainment, we see the responsibility and the role of electrical engineers in providing that needed electricity to generate the power that we have, and we are using it right now and enjoying technology and how we can be productive in these technological advances that we have. Your role in nation building has always been is very important, and we commend you for that. And we also understand the difficulties that you now face and the challenges of the future of work. We know that technology is, now that it is setting in, is also driving so many aspects of your work into looking at different concerns in terms of how we are now handling renewable energy, how we're also going to handle other sources of electricity, of other sources of energy that we need. And IIEE has been that driving force in ensuring that your professionals are there, are competent enough to bring in the needed expertise as you are creating and you have these manpower to help us in building, not just in building the nation and in building the growth of the economy. We are all very affected when we have power outages and we know there is no electricity, and we look at Meralco, we look at the power generators, and we ask, and we try to find out what is happening. But the men behind, the professionals, you from your organization, you have remained the unsung heroes. And especially when you are doing extraordinary work during typhoons, during calamities, and you have to restore much needed energy to respond immediately to emergency situation. And you are there, and you have given that, you provide that needed power for people to continue to provide the necessary support and services. We commend your members, the professionals, the experts, your organization in providing that needed manpower support. IIEE and the OSHC has signed a memorandum of understanding, and it provides that our institutions will look at safety education materials and inspection checklists so that we can help each other in seeing industries comply with the necessary regulations. We hope we have been working with you in doing this. You have, though, provided us your needed experts, as we're also creating new education materials on electrical safety. And they have been collaborating with the center. And in fact, I think I was given information that you have the 10 golden rules on electrical safety. And we are looking forward that we can promote this 10 golden rules on electrical safety to the public, because this is it's a very much needed information. The center also has then, on our part, provided you with training on trainers on electrical safety, and we hope we can do so much more in terms of also building up safety and health concerns in the aspects of work that you are doing. We are here to partner with you and to collaborate with your projects, as we know you're also there to continue to help government in improving our services. We look forward to continue our work with IIEE. Let us help each other. Let us continue to do the projects, and we will definitely always be behind you. As again, I will say it, you are there as a force in building economies and in building the nation. Again, good morning, and we celebrate your 47th Annual National Convention. Mabuhay po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coqueco. As quoted by Doctor, electrical engineers have always played an important roles in our everyday life. May we call on Mr. Dennis C. Aquino, Engineer 4 from the Safety Control Division of Occupational Safety and Health Center, Department of Labor and Employment, to virtually accept this certificate of appreciation on behalf of Dr. Cueco. Allow me to read the content. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited CPD provider number OEE-2022-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Honorable Maria Teresita S. Cueco, MD, CESO 3, in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of her distinguished and invaluable contribution as the guest speaker during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. With the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing. Given this 9th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lindon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Once again, Mr. Dennis C. Aquino. Smile po tayo in 3, 2, 1. Ayan. Thank you so much po, Mr. Dennis, for virtually accepting this certificate of appreciation.
Welcome.
And thank you po. For everyone present here on Zoom, may we ask you to please open your camera and show off your biggest smile, for we will take a groovy together with our guest speakers and resource speakers. We have several pages here since we are almost 900. So please smile for at least 10 seconds for the technical team to take pictures. Okay, so we'll wait po for the participants to open their cameras. Ayan, so post po your smile and the tech team will take pictures. Sige po, are we all ready? Smile at the camera for 10 seconds. Look lang po tayo sa camera. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ayan, I guess okay na po. Nakapag-take na ng picture ang ating tech team. Thank you for your participation, and you may now turn off your cameras. Now let's hop into meeting our next guest speaker. Dr. Digvijay Babangadhave worked as safety officer at Tata International, handling activities of plant safety, safety audits, ISO 14001, and OSHAS 18001 implementations, safety trainings, safety walkthrough, consent to establish, consent to operate, factory license, annual returns, hazardous waste management, and wastewater management. He has a diploma in electronics and telecommunication, a Bachelor of Engineering degree in electronics and telecommunication, an advanced diploma in industrial safety, and a postgraduate diploma in environment management. He is involved in the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health and the National Examination Board of Occupational Safety and Health, NEBOSH, IGC1, IGC2, IGC3, UK. He is an approved lead auditor of EMS 14001 2015, CQI IRCA, and ISO 45001 2018, OHSMS, CQI IRCA. He is currently the Asia Pacific Technical Support Leader of Honeywell International India Private Limited, where he is in charge of general safety, electrical safety, first responder products, and fall protection. Sharing us his insights regarding basic EPZ grounding and worksite hazards, here is Mr. Digvijay Babangadhave, Asia Pacific Honeywell International Private Limited Technical Support Leader. Let's give him a virtual round of applause.
Hey, hi, thank you team for welcoming. So once again, good morning all. So I welcome you all to this 47th IIEE National Convention. So, and we thank you to give this valuable opportunity for presenting on the basic EPZ hazards, EPZ and worksite hazards. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Let me know once it's visible.
It's now visible na po.
Thank you for confirming. So today we are discussing about the basic EPZ grounding and worksite hazards. So before starting, I just wanted to say that like we are expert into the safety. You people are expert into the electrical. So if please apologize me if I miss something, and just will discuss at the end of the session. Okay, so before starting that, we just have a look on what is the basic principles in the electrical. As all we know that the human body is a natural conductor of electricity. Current takes all the paths of resistance to the ground, and that path may be through the person's body. So when it comes to electrical, the effect of current on the human body is depends upon the three major factors: the amount of current, the duration of current flow, and the path that the current takes through the human body. As we know that when two objects are at the same electrical potential, there is no current flow. The resistance of the grounding jumper assemblies are measured in milliohms, and the human body is measured in the ohms. The worker will always be the largest resistor in the grounding circuit. So today we are going to discuss about the EPZ, what is mean by EPZ, what are the hazards work while we are on the EPZ network or while we are on the ground. So as per the OSHA 1926962 clause, so the temporary protective grounding shall be placed at such locations and arranged in such a manner that the employer can demonstrate will prevent each employee from being exposed to hazardous differences in the electrical potential. So whoever is working in the electrical potential as per OSHA 1926962, so the employer can demonstrate that he will protect his worker from being exposed to hazardous differences in the electrical potential. Okay, so now we'll see, we'll go to our major agenda on the equipotential zone. So before going to that, we'll see what is equipotential. So equipotential is nothing but it is an electrical state where there are no potential difference between any two conductive points. So it means that there is a equipotential. Equipotential zone. So before going to equipotential zone, we see what is a work zone. So a work zone is where all the conductors, structures and equipments are grounded and bonded together through a low resistance part to the ground. So it refers to the work zone. An equipotential zone is like a work zone in which the worker is protected from electrical shock from differences in electrical potential between objects in that particular work area. So these differences could be caused because of the induced voltage, line re-energization or the lightning. So in equipotential zone, so in a short form we call it as a EPZ. So within the EPZ, the worker's body will be placed in parallel with a low resistance protective grounding jumper. So what it will do is it will maintain the voltage across the worker to an acceptable low values. So this is the basic purpose of the EPZ network. So it doesn't mean if you see the creation of, because we are creating this grounding EPZ. So it does not mean that it will completely eliminate the voltage differences between two conductive objects, but it ensures that when it applies, it will limit the voltage exposure to a safe level. So it does not completely eliminate the voltage differences, but when we will apply this, it will eliminate it will limit the voltage exposure to a safe level so that the workers can work easily during the safe limits. So what makes the EPZ? So there are three major terms, like one is a parallel circuit, another is a bonding, and third one is the grounding. So parallel circuit is what this is, like as we said in the EPZ. So in parallel, the low resistance path in the parallel with the worker, it maintains the voltage and current to an acceptable low values when we create a EPZ structure. Bonding, the mechanical interconnection of conductive parts to maintain a common electrical potential. Grounding, so it refers the connection of isolated conductors to earth in order to activate the protective devices in case of accidental energizing of the line or equipment, and minimizes the voltage rise on a circuit. So these three parameters are important: the parallel circuit, the bonding, and the grounding. Okay, so here you can see the actual EPZ zone. So here the worker, or the we can say the electrical technician, is in the EPZ zone. So how it works, like here you can see there is a parallel jumper provides an EPZ connection to the grounding phases. So these are the three phases. The phase conductor jumpers are provided over there. This is the grounding jumper which is connected to the main cluster bar, and there is a neutral jumper. So if we see, the worker is always work in the parallel to the EPZ zone. So this is the major requirement. So there is no protection is provided if the contact is made with other conductor outside the EPZ zone. So if this EPZ is connected to the other conductors of grounding, it will not give the protection to the worker. So bond all the conductive objects within the reach or extended reach of the work area of this EPZ. So this is the complete EPZ zone. So we can bond this with the gay wires, messengers, or an uninsulated trunks of booms. Okay, so here you can see like the equipotential zone. Here you can see the gray area which represents the workspace, the actual workspace where all are in the same potential. The grounding cable get to the cluster bar. As we seen here, the grounding cable is connected to the cluster bar. Then the grounding cable to the phase conductor, grounding cable to the neutral. So this grounding cable is connected to the neutral. So here you can see This gay is outside of the workspace, so it does not need to be grounded. Sometimes the jumper around insulated to provide an additional part to the grounding. So this is an equipotential zone. Okay, so there are two types of groundings, as we know, that overhead grounding and under grounding. So the use of an equipotential bond mat. So maybe you have seen the equipotential bond mat. The use of equipotential bond mat, when installed properly, it serves the same purpose as overhead grounding equipotential zone. So both are having, so it will give the same purpose as the overhead grounding equipotential zone. The overhead grounding equipotential zone, which I'm saying, is this one. So this is the overhead grounding equipotential zone, and this equipotential bond is under on the ground. So while we have seen that what is a equipotential zone, then it's important to see why ground de-energize lines, why we are de-energizing ground lines. So the primary purpose of protective grounding is to protect workers in and is accomplished by limiting the potential voltage and current on the work site to an acceptable value. And the primary purpose of protective grounding is accidental energizing of the lines, cables, and equipment. So always we need to ensure before any ground is installed, lines and equipments shall be tested and found absent of a nominal voltage unless these are previously installed ground data present. This is as per the OSHA, which we have seen OSHA 1926.962 clause. So accidental energizing, why de-energizing? So in that, one of the parameter is the accidental energizing. So it may be arises because accidentally closing the circuit isolation devices, or maybe contact with the other circuits, or sometimes backfeed from secondary sources, or because of the induced voltage. Induced voltage. So we seen that like accidental re-energizing or maybe induced voltage. So induced voltage is when a line is isolated from a source of potential and is next to one or more energized lines. It is subjected to both capacitive and magnetic coupling from the live lines. So here we can see the magnetic field is here and the source of potential is next to one or other energized lines. So it's subject to both capacitive and magnetic field coupling. Induced voltage. So induced voltage is sometimes misunderstood hazard in a grounding environment and is a primary cause of accidents and death. So be aware that the bracket grounding will create circulating current loops. The workers should always be in a parallel with a grounding jumper, regardless of the method of grounding which we have used. Either it is a single point or it is a bracket. Induced voltage. So here we can see the first set of grounds installed will collapse the induced voltage from the electric field. So one set of grounds at the point of work provide protection from a electrostatic induction. Induced voltage. So installing bracket grounds will create a circuit for induced current to flow from the magnetic field. So here we can see because of the magnetic field, the induced current will flows and it completed the circuit. So here we can see because of the magnetic field, the induced current flows when circuit is formed. So it forms one circuit. Path through earth completes this circuit, and circuit is formed when second set of grounds was installed. Working between grounds with EPZ. EPZ, as you see, it's a equipotential zone. The workers should always be in a parallel with a low resistance protective grounding jumper. So here in the image, we can see pole band and a single jumper on a conductor neutral, pole band and single jumper on conductor to be worked, full three-phase EPZ grounded, which is recommended by IEEE. Current return path. The first consideration of a protective grounding is to determine the most effective grounding path. The current return path list based towards like distribution system neutral, overhead ground wire, structure ground, anchor rod, temporary driven ground rod. Recognize that where current flows, there will be a voltage right at every connection to earth. So we need to ensure we know that there is a voltage right at every connection to earth. Touch step potential, touch and step potential. So far we have seen the equipotential zone is on the structure. So the hazards are present there. So when the worker is working on the surface or the ground, we can say, so there are the touch and step hazard, touch and step potential present. So while the EPZ provides the workers on the structure a zone of safety, it can present potential hazards for the worker on the ground. So these are other touch and step hazards. The earth has a measurable resistance. It will carry current, develops a voltage drop when current flows through it. Recognize that where current flows, there will be a voltage right at every connection, which we have seen in the earlier slide. Here you can see whenever there is a fault current. So here you can see in one side distance from the pole. So when there is a 100% fault current and the distance from the pole is like 3 feet, 6 feet, 9 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. On the another side, you can see the percentage of contact voltage when the worker is working on the ground. So when the worker is working from a 3 feet distance from the pole, the percentage is up to 50%. The fault current is up to 50%. When is from a 6 feet is at 25%. And when it is from a longer duration from the pole, the percentage of fault current voltage will reduce. So the step potential. So as we seen, there are two hazards like touch potential on the surface and the step step potential. So the step potential is the difference in surface potential experienced by person bridging a distance of 1 meter with the feet without contacting any other grounding object. So this is a fault current. Here you can see the step potential which develops a step voltage here, and this is the voltage rise. So in the earlier side we seen the distance from the pole will reduces the fault current. If the person is from a 3 feet distance, the voltage rise will be a 50%. When it is away, the voltage rise will be reduced. Touch potential. So touch potential, like the difference in potential between a grounded structure or station, you can say, and the surface potential at the point where a person is standing while at the same time having a hand in contact with the grounding structure. So here you can see when there is a touch potential, the voltage rise, the path which fault current has taken, there is a higher voltage rise as compared to this one. So the EPZ bonding, like we see how we can protect from these touch and step hazards. So to protect from touch and step hazards, we can use like equipotential zone bonding mats or insulated matting, you can say. The worker is, but in that case, the worker is only protected if they remain on that mat. If the worker is outside of the mat location, it will not get protected from the touch and step hazards. Second, how we can protect the worker, like they can use a dielectric overshoes. So it eliminates the current path of hand, body, feet and allows the mobility. So the worker can use the dielectric overshoes. They can use the rubber gloves to get protection from a touch potential. So insulated hand from current path of hand, body and feet. So bonding equipment at work site to minimizes the potential difference. Barricade area, so which is a engineering control, prevents worker or public from energizing the hazards. So apart from this, like when it comes to safety, any kind of a safety, either it is a general safety or it is a electrical safety. So there is a hierarchy is follow in the safety hierarchy, we call it. Like in that, as all we know that there are 5 different stages, like the elimination stage, there is a substitution stage, there is a engineering control stage, there is a administrative control stage, and in the last it comes as a PPE, personal protective equipment. So just to give an example, like here we are seeing for the to get a protection from touch step hazard. So we'll see if there is an installation going on, like HTR installation going on, and we need to provide a safety for that, for the equipment as well as for the user workers working in that atmosphere on that HTR installation. So if we see the safety of hierarchy, what we do, we'll apply the first control like elimination. Can we eliminate to install the HTR? We are not able to eliminate. Can we substitute? Somehow possible, somehow not possible to substitute that installation. Engineering control. So engineering control, it means that we can provide some wire fencing. So here you can see the barricade area. We can barricade that installation, or we can give the wire fencing to provide the engineering control. After applying the engineering control, still sometimes we feel that we'll not get the 100% protection or 100% safety. Then we'll apply the administrative control. So we give there some symbols or the display or the signages to create awareness for the users that this is the dangerous area, we should not enter in the area. And the fifth one is the PPE, personal protective equipment. So while we are working on the electrical, so here we see to get a protection from the touch and a step. So when we need a protection from touch potential, we need to use the rubber insulating gloves. When we need to protect from a foot potential or the step potential, we need to use the EPZ bonding mats, or you can say the insulating mats, or we need to wear the dielectric over shoes. Now we'll review what we have seen so far. So understand the basic circuit principle as related to the equipotential zone. So we have seen that like how the equipotential zone, the worker should always be in a parallel to the the protective grounding jumper, so which makes him as in the equipotential zone. And bonding, all the mechanical connections should be bonded to make a single common electric potential. Create a zone of safety each time you grounded. It means we created a EPZ zone to provide a safety. So in that, as we seen, always place yourself in a parallel circuit, which is a basic need for the EPZ while working in the EPZ network. So identify the hazards in total work area and take appropriate measures to protect workers on the ground. Always we need to ensure bond conductive objects outside of the EPZ, but within the reach or extended reach of the worker. Keep temporary ground rails outside of the work site area. We should not keep the temporary grounding rods inside that work zone area. Always we need to ensure that while we are working in the atmosphere, so the worker should not work, or the electrical technician should not work outside the parallel network. In the series network, he always need to ensure to be parallel with the protective grounding equipment. So never place yourself in the series with the grounding conductors. So here, what is the hazards in this network? So if you see, they have created a equipotential zone here. So what are the hazards in this equipotential zone? So we can see here, like hazardous voltage between conductor and boom here, and truck not bonded to the ground. So here we can see the truck is not bonded to the ground. So now we'll quick review what we have seen so far. So what are the three components that make the equipotential zone? So the major three components of equipotential zone is a parallel circuit, grounding, and bonding. What is the primary purpose of making the protective grounding? To open the circuit. What is the main hazard when bracket grounding is there? So we have seen that when we create a bracket grounding, it will create a circulating current path. So this is the main hazard of bracket grounding. What are the two major hazards while the worker is on the ground? So far we've seen that there is a touch potential and there is a step potential. To get a protection from touch potential, we need to use the EPZ mats or the insulating mats, or to get the protection from a touch potential, we need to use the rubber gloves. In step, rubber mats or the overshoes. In touch potential, we need to use the insulating gloves. And From touch and step, you can see here the bonding mats, dielectric boards, rubber gloves, and bonding cables. So this will protect the electrical technician from these two potentials on the ground. So sometimes there are a query in the mind that can we use a rubber insulating gloves without a leather protector? So yes, we can use the protector gloves, maybe omitted for clause 0 when there is a low voltage rating up to 250 volt or 350 volt. So in that scenario, as per ASTM standard, we can omit to use the protective gloves, leather protective gloves. We can simply use the electrical insulating gloves in this category. Okay, so so far we have seen the EPZ, what is equipotential, what is equipotential zone, what are how the hazards are associated with it, what are the hazards while the user, or we can say the technician on the ground. And now will we see the Salisbury. Salisbury is a Honeywell brand. So most of the products which Honeywell manufacture is manufactured by the name of Salisbury, and it is established since 1855 from the US. So purpose of protective grounding. So we have seen that EPZ zone. So we made a temporary grounding. So what is the purpose of this? The primary purpose of protective grounding is to limit the voltage differences between any two accessible points at the work site to a safe level. So we need to make the voltage to a safe level so that worker or the technician can work into that EPZ zone. Fault currents. So we have seen that when there is a fault current through the pole, so when the worker is in the particular distance, then the fault current will drop. When it is nearer to the pole, that fault current is on a higher side. So system fault currents can flow in the protective grounds. So the grounded circuit is accidentally re-energized from its normal source voltage, or the grounded circuit is accidentally energized by another circuit. So in this scenario, the fault current can flow through the protective groundings. There are these two scenarios which causes the fault current to flow through the protective groundings. Now see the ampacity. What is the ampacity of the protective grounds? So the ampacity of the protective grounds should be selected to withstand the fault current that could be available from one or both kinds of the source. Selection of protective grounding. So proper selection of protective grounds, the nature of the fault current available must be known. So in selection, we must know the nature of the fault current in two terms, like it must be known in terms of magnitude or in terms of the duration. Magnitude. So the magnitude in the maximum calculated fault current magnitude at a particular station is normally available from system planning data. In present day, the value is around something 17 kiloampere for some system. The available fault current is seldom at its calculated maximum due to variations in system generating and loading patterns. The maximum value is usually taken for conservative calculations when it comes to the magnitude. Because protective groundings may be installed from one phase to ground or between 2 or 3 phase and then ground, the fault of which the ground are selected can be either a line to ground or a phase to ground or a 3-phase fault. The highest magnitude fault to be encountered by the ground system must be considered. So we always need to consider the highest magnitude fault to be encountered by the grounding system. Duration. So first we have seen in fault current is the magnitude. The second one is the duration. So the less readily available are the historical values of fault current, fault clearing time for the particular voltage level in the system. So clearing times should base on the combined initial circuit breaker operation and the recloser operation. So duration always based on this clearing times, which is a combined duration of the initial circuit breaker operation and the recloser operation. Now we see how the rating of grounding set. So the protective grounds are conductors that must be capable of carrying the current and withstanding the mechanical forces for at least as long as the current lasts. So this is the rating which we seeing in the grounding set. In addition to that, the accessible voltage drop across the grounding set cables. So the rating of the grounding set is depends upon the multiple factors. So we can the few factors are named here on the screen. You are able to see like what are the factors which rate the grounding set. Like the first one is the current carrying capacity of the cable, the current carrying capacity of the cable clamps and their connection to the cable, how well it is connected to its end, the surface preparation and the tightness, how well it is connected to its end, the configuration it is being used, and the resistance of the complete grounding system. So these factors will decide the rating of the grounding set. So while we select the grounding sets, we need to ensure we can check on these different parameters for the selection of the grounding set. Grounding cable rating. So we have seen the rating of the grounding sets. Now the grounding cable rating. So there are two rating comes with the grounding cable. One is the withstand rating and another one is the ultimate capacity. So withstand rating represents a current which cable shall conduct without being damaged sufficiently to prevent being operable. So a cable shall be capable of passing a second test at the current after being cooled to ambient temperature. So this is the withstand rating. Ultimate capacity refers, it represents a current which it is calculated, that is a cable is capable of conducting for the specified time. This is the cable ultimate capacity, like how much current it is, how much current it withstand to capable of conducting for a specified time. So these two parameters are considered in the grounding cable rating, withstand rating and the ultimate capacity. So these are the electrical characteristics of cable as established by the ASTM 185F855 standard. So in Honeywell, we are having different types of products in the electrical safety. Like in sometimes we are not aware, like when it comes to the electrical safety. So the two major hazards are there, as we know. The first one is electrical shock and another one is the electrical arc flash. So the people, the technicians are working in the electrical zone. So we know that about the general safety products like complete head to toe PPE. But the similar PPEs are available in the electrical too, like starting from your dielectric helmet to dielectric footwear, indoor application and outdoor application. So when it comes to the outdoor application, so we are having a different types of grounding cables associated with this. Like here you can see some cables like yellow and black thermoplastic elastomer bracketed, which is having a capacity from 200 Fahrenheit to 50 Fahrenheit as per ASTM F855 standard. We are having a transparent thermoplastic jacketed cables. So ferrules. So cable ferrules for temporary protective grounding jumpers. So we are having a cable ferrules too. So what is the use of ferrules? Like ferrules, as we know, that ferrules are used with cables, clamps, and connectors in the manufacture of grounding jumpers installed properly for protective grounding of de-energizing circuit. So we seen, like, you know, in the EPZ zone, like we are making a temporary protective grounding. So in that we required a ferrules. So what ferrules exactly do? The ferrules provide a connection between the cable and the clamp. So these are the Salisbury ferrule. Here you can see we are having different types of ferrules. Like this is one of the ferrule. Here you can see the lock nut. There is a pressure release vent and the lock washer. So ferrules with an integral threaded stud that screws into tapped boss on a clamp while we are connecting to the clamp. Nut and lock washer, here you can see it will increase the contact pressure and secure the assembly. There are in the, you can see there are aluminum ferrules, use the aluminum ferrules with the body clamps. So we are having the two types, like aluminum ferrules and the tin plated copper ferrules. So this can be used on either bronze or aluminum body clamps drilled hole at the bottom of the shank. So you can see here it is used to release the pressure. So this drilled hole at the bottom of shank of the it will provide the pressure release when the gases created during the fault current. So we are seeing that sometime there is a fault current is created in the pole. So this pressure, this vent will help to reduce that fault current, the pressure of this. So in the ferrules, so we are having in the Salisbury brand, we are having two types of ferrules. Like we are having plain ferrules, and in these plain ferrules are designed for use with all grounding clamps that feature pressure type terminal and available in copper tin plated and in aluminum. So both these two types, as we seen, is available in the copper plated and in the aluminum. So we offer different types of grounding clamps. So we call it as a Salisbury clamp. So here you can see we are having a C-type clamps, we are having a duckbill clamps, we are having a flat jaw clamps, we are having a socket clamps, we are having a specialty clamps. So depending on our workplace and our requirement, we can go and select different types of clamps as per the requirement. Then again, clamps are offered in either into the bronze material or either it is offered into the aluminum alloy. So aluminum clamp is very lightweight. They are in the bigger size to compensate for lower mechanical strength. Bronze clamps are available into the smaller sizes. So the Salisbury clamps are offered into the two, like a threaded or pressure terminal. So here you can see these clamps are available into the threaded or they are available into the pressure terminal connection. So again, it is available into the smooth jaw or it is into the serrated jaw. So here you can see the clamps are available into the smooth jaw or they are available into the serrated jaw. Grounding sets. So as a Honeywell, as we say that we are having complete head to toe PPE, we are having indoor application and in the outdoor application. So in outdoor applications, we are having multiple types of grounding equipments available. So in that we are having a single grounding jumper, a two-way grounding jumper, 3:1 grounding jumpers. So these are available with us. So which require two clamps, one pair of ferrule. So if you see the single grounding jumper, the requirement of a single grounding jumper is like it requires a two clamps. You can see here two clamps. It requires one pair of ferrules. The pair of ferrules it requires a length of a cable and two strain relief walls. So according to the requirement, either we can select the single grounding jumper or a two-way or a three-way. So here you can see this is a four-way connector. So in a four-way connector, this is a 3:1. So in a four-way connector, so it comes with the four grounding clamps, four pair of ferrules, one four-way connector, four length of cable, and 8 strain relief wall sleeves. So this is a four-way connector which required in the protective grounding. So four-way connectors for the threaded ferrules. So it is different. Like it is having it is a heavy duty. It is a lightweight. Which is a different SKU code. So four-way connectors for a pressure relief. So here you can see the four-way connectors for a pressure relief. So grounding clamps, hanger studs. So we are having a hanger studs. So these hanger studs are designed to be used with all C and duckbill ground clamps. So we have seen that we are having a different types of clamps, like one of these a sleek clamp and one of these the duckbill ground clamps. So the hanger studs comes with this. The hanger stud is used to hold one or more clamps opposite while the other is being installed. So here you can see the hanger. With the help of the hanger stud, we can hold one or more clamps opposite while the other being installed. So all these equipments we required while we are making a protective groundings. So this is from my side. From a Honeywell side, like it's a very little one on the EPZ. So the major focus is to discuss about the EPZ, what is the equipotential, what is the equipotential zone, how we are working in that zone, what are the hazards when the worker is on the ground, like we seen like a touch potential and a step potential. what we need to use to protect from ourselves. And we have seen the different parameters which the potential differences which cause because of the re-energizing of the line or the induced voltage. Then we have seen the different types of grounding equipments available with Honeywell. So with this, I finish my presentation, and we are thank you for your patience, and let me know if we have any questions. I'm just dropping my mail ID in the chat box. If you have any query or any concerns, we can discuss now. We are still we are in time, and I will ping my mail ID. If you have any queries or concerns in the near future, you can just reach to me, and my team is there. My Philippines Honeywell team is there. You can reach out to them too. So once again, thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to be associated with the IIEE conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Digby. And now let us proceed to our question and answer portion. You may now drop your questions in our Zoom chat box, and Mr. Digby will answer your queries. Is that okay, Mr. Digby? That will answer questions from our chat box.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So there are questions here. First question is from Mr. Charlo Catalan, Engineer Charlo Catalan. Is there a test to check if the grounding cable is still good to use?
There is an inspection checklist. I will drop my mail ID here, and you just drop your requirement, and I will share you the inspection checklist.
Thank you. Next question from Mr. Patrick Henry Manguray. How do you check if system is really de-energized after clustering?
Okay, so as we know that there is a magnetic field generated even after we de-energize that. So there are the products available in the market which is a non-contact devices which sense the magnetic induction. So you can use that product to even after de-energizing to see whether the magnetic induction is present in that work zone or not. So you can use that voltage, we call it as a voltage detector, which you can use to sense the magnetic field from 230 volt to 230 kV. So I drop my mail ID in the chat box. So you just reply on that, and I will share you the details of that particular product. So you can sense that whether the magnetic field is present or not.
Another question. How to check if the grounding cluster is still usable or according to standards?
There is an inspection checklist. I just drop me a mail and I will share that checklist.
Okay, thank you so much. So you can send your the email is dropped here on our chat box. And for more questions, please email Mr. Digby here. His email is written on the chat box. Please check. More questions? Do we still have questions from our participants? Another question. What should be the soil or earth resistance when using the P grounding system for OHL? Using the grounding system for OHL.
Sorry, pardon, I didn't hear.
What should be the soil or earth resistance when using the grounding system for OHL?
Oh, for OHL. Hello. Yeah, I sent. I will send that calculation on through the mail which I dropped.
Okay, kindly message or send an email to the address given by Mr. Digby on our chat box. Okay, another question from our participants. The email is here in our chat box. Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Other questions? In a switchyard, why gravel is laid out?
In a switchyard, why
Gravel is laid out.
gravel laid out? I didn't recall the question. So I request to all the participants, like, you just drop, since it's a highly technical queries, so you just drop me an email so I can go through that and I will revert you with the data available with us.
Okay, Mr. Digby, and another question here, if you can answer.
Okay.
Can you share us the specification of the aluminum pressure bolts you discussed to us?
Yes, that we can share.
Another question, what is the effective grounding resistance? Sir, what question here, what is, so let us wait for Mr. Digby. Maybe he has problems with his internet connection. So for queries, please message on his email sent here on our chat box. For more questions, we have here digvij.gadhave@honeywell.com or nino.pascual@honeywell.com. So I think we can answer two more or one question. Mr. Digby, are you still there?
Hey, sorry, some network error at my end. So yeah, sorry. What you say?
Question.
Okay. So I request to all the participants that there are so in-depth technical queries and questions are there. So it's better if you drop me an email so that we can revert on each and every query with the up-to-date resolution and available document with us. I think that would be fine.
Thank you for helping us understand more of your topic, Mr. Digby. And to
Thank you.
express our appreciation, please accept this certificate.
Thank you.
Allow me to read the content. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited CPD, provider number OOE-2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Mr. Digvijay Babangad Have, in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of his invaluable contribution as the technical presenter on the topic Basic EPZ Grounding and Worksite Hazards during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. With the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2020 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing. Given this 9th day of November 2022, signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Digby. Now, please show us your wonderful smile. In 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Once again, Mr. Digvijay Babangad Have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Digvijay. Thank you.
Before we proceed, here is a presentation from one of our dearest sponsors, Ansel Limited. Extending our gratitude to ANSA Limited for supporting this international conference. And to express our regards, we have Engineer Aldous Choi E. Zagire, First Power Electrical Services and Training Corporation General Manager, to accept this Certificate of Appreciation. Allow me to read the content of the certificate. Institute of Integrated to virtually accept the Certificate of Appreciation, we have Mr. Vincent Magbanwa. Allow me to read the content of this certificate. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Accredited Professional Organization, Certificate number I-APO-016, PRC Accredited CPD Provider number OEE-2020-007. This Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to ANSEL Limited in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as sponsor during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022, with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing, given this 9th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bage, 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Mr. Vincent, we will take pictures, so smile in 3, 2, 1. Once again, our event sponsor, ANSEL Limited. Thank you very much. Hopping into our next topic and resource speaker, Dr. Raj Batlao is Asia Head of Westex, a Milliken brand, a business of the Performance and Protective Division of Milliken and Company. Over the years, Mr. Raj has given numerous presentations and seminars to educate the oil and gas, manufacturing and construction, electrical and utility industries on workplace hazards, governing safety regulations and compliance standards in the region. Prior to that, Dr. Batlao was the Regional Managing Director for Milliken Chemicals Business in Asia. He has been the recipient of several awards in recognition of his work in growth, leadership, and innovation over years. With a PhD in chemistry from the University of Georgia and advanced management education from the Wharton School, Dr. Batlao has broad international exposure to the oil and gas, chemical, industrial utility, construction, media, and consumer products industry. To share his knowledge about fabric technologies for Arc Flash and Arc Plus, let's give it up for Dr. Rajnish Batlao, Milliken Asia Private Limited, Westex, a Milliken brand Asia Head. Good day, Dr. Raj. Good morning, Dr. Raj. While waiting for Dr. Raj, let us all acknowledge Mr. Eric Villar and everyone in National Electrification Administration. Good morning po. Ayan, for our participants, okay pa po ba tayo dyan? Pwede po ba tayo mag-type kung nasan po tayo or ang location natin sa ating chat box? Yan, we have here from Iloilo. Acknowledging the presence of Dole engineers attending today. Good morning po sa inyo. We have from Caloocan, Mr. Timothy Joseph Cruz. Morning po. We have also from Tarlac City and Bulacan. Good morning po. We have from Angeles City. Ayan. Good morning po and thank you for being here with us today. Santo Tomas, Batangas, Macban Geothermal Power Plant. Ayan, good morning po. From Iriga City, wow. Good morning po, Mr. Alberto Ramos. From Dole NCR, good morning po. From Zamboanga del Sur, magandang umaga po sa mga participants from Nueva Ecija. We have from Lipa City also. Yan, you can also share po your learnings sa ating chat box para pwede po nating basahin and i-share sa lahat na nandito sa ating Zoom or sa ating international conference. Attending from Southern Cavite chapter. Oh, good morning from IIA Kuwait chapter. Good morning po. Once again, maraming salamat po sa pag-attend sa ating Electrical Safety International Convention. And now, while waiting, let us here is the 10 rules of electrical safety.
Electricity powers up our daily lives. It is a main driver of progress and growth in our country's industries and economy. But it also comes with inherent hazards: damaged tools, appliance, machine and equipment, overloaded circuits, use of incorrect voltage rating, damaged insulation or exposed energized parts, loose electrical connections, use of inappropriate equipment or devices on wet and hazardous conditions, and work with energized facilities. If not properly addressed, these can lead to risks of electrical shock, burns, fires, injuries, and fatality. To address all of these electrical hazards and risks, the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee, together with Meralco, developed the 10 Golden Rules of Electrical Safety using the Hierarchy of Hazard Controls methodology. These rules promote electrical safety awareness and provide guidance for safety officers, licensed electrical practitioners, and the public. It can be applied to any segment of the power industry supply chain to ensure safe practices in the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of electrical installations. Here are the 10 Golden Rules of Electrical Safety. Golden Rule number 1. Comply with all applicable industry technical standards in the design, installation, and operation of electrical systems. Golden Rule number 2. Treat all electrical systems as energized. If there is work to be done on any part of the electrical system, isolate it from the power source and install appropriate tag. Golden Rule number 3. Ensure that electrical equipment are properly guarded and appropriately grounded. Golden Rule number 4. Install protective devices that are properly rated, set, and coordinated to automatically isolate faulted parts of the system. Golden Rule number 5. Consult and engage the services of PRC licensed electrical practitioners, PEE, REE, RME. Golden Rule number 6. Ensure that all electrical equipment are correctly labeled. Conductors are properly color-coded, electrical diagrams are always available, and safety signages are highly visible. Golden Rule number 7. Regularly monitor loading of electrical system components to ensure they are within the rated capacities. Upgrade immediately if necessary. Golden Rule number 8. Periodically inspect and maintain electrical system and equipment. Golden Rule number 9. Wear appropriate PPE and use proper tools when conducting electrical works. Golden Rule number 10. Provide a disconnecting means for local and manual isolation of electrical equipment during emergencies. The 10 Golden Rules of Electrical Safety. Let us all be ambassadors of electrical safety.
Once again, to share his knowledge about fabric technologies for arc flash and arc blasts, let's give it up for Dr. Rajnish Batlao, Milliken Asia Private Limited Westex, a Milliken brand Asia head. Good morning, Dr. Raj.
Good morning. Good morning. Let me start my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, very good. Let me go ahead to the top and I'll start. Okay, All right, I'll go ahead and start then. So I'm in fact going to talk about 4 things. I'm going to talk about, first of all, what the workplace hazards are, and then what is the risk of non-compliance. Secondly, I will go into what are the standard practices and what are the industry standards, mainly the US and European industry standards that are usually practiced or used in this region. Third, I will talk about how do you protect yourself against these hazards, right? What exactly is the solution to protection against these hazards? And fourthly, I'll just talk about why is it that we can talk about that, right? Why is it that gives us credibility to, or gives me credibility to talk about that? So let's start from there. Milliken has a legacy in providing protection. So we have been making fabrics in various applications to provide protection to people. So first one I'm showing you here is that we were the ones that made the fabrics that are used, that were used by the NASA astronauts for missions like the Atlantis, the Columbia, as well as the Discovery missions. We're also the ones that make fabrics, and we are one of very few companies that make fabrics for automotive airbags that protect people in the event of crashes, automobile crashes. We are also the ones that make fabrics for firefighting gear that people use these fabrics to make garments, then they wear those garments and then go fight a fire. And then we also make fabrics for the military. So this is what the soldiers wear to protect themselves against not just fire, but also extreme cold. And so we make that as well. There are a few other things where we provide protection to people. We did provide protection the last 2 years by making fabrics and medical gowns to fight against COVID. That was provided to the medical staff. The frontline medical staff wore our fabrics. We also make a fabric sock that goes into a mattress. So it goes over a mattress, and this is what provides protection to the mattress against catching fire in a home or a hotel environment. We also make fabrics that provide protection to people in a chemical laboratory, right? So not just against flash fire, but against chemicals as well. So I hope that gives you an idea in terms, at least builds us some credibility in terms of why we are able to talk about how we can provide protection against these workplace hazards. So there are a total of five workplace hazards. The most important ones, the two most, I shouldn't say important, all are important. The most common ones are hazards against electric arc flash. This is, if you're using any electrical equipment, you are subject to an arc flash from that electrical equipment. And that is the subject of the discussion today. So I'm actually going to go ahead and focus only on the electric arc flash hazard. But let me go ahead and mention there are other workplace hazards as well related to fire. The second one being flash fire, which is something that can happen when you are working with low flash point liquids such as ethane, methane in a petrochemical plant, right? There are also hazards like low visibility, hazards that come from combustible dust in silos where you have grain stored, and the dust that generates from these silos can result in fire, and then also molten metal. Right? So those are all workplace hazards. But like I said, I'm going to focus on the electric arc flash. So since we are talking about an arc flash, which is essentially a flame-related hazard, let's go to the very fundamental question of asking what exactly is a burn. In the end, if you're exposed to an arc flash hazard, what you will get is a burn. So a burn is a chemical, it's a chemical process, right? And so the severity of the burn depends upon how deep the burn goes into your skin. So this is what says exactly what a first-degree burn is, what a second-degree burn is, and what a third-degree burn is. A first-degree burn is something which is you just have some redness of the skin, and of course it is painful, but you recover very quickly. The second-degree burn is where the skin does blister, and it takes longer to recover, but the skin can regenerate there as well. It's a third-degree burn where the depth is more, and it is impossible for the skin to regenerate. So that is the worst kind of injury, burn injury that you can get, right? In that case, only recovery option is to do some grafting. Okay, so with that, let me go ahead and show you a couple of videos, and I'm going to show you two videos. Both are arc flash videos, and in the first video, you will see an arc flash incident with a mannequin in front. So not a person, there's a mannequin in front, and the mannequin is wearing a non-flame resistant fabric, right? Non-flame resistant garment. And the second one, you will see a mannequin wearing a flame-resistant garment. So you can see what happens to the mannequin when they're wearing it and when they're not wearing it. All right, I'm going to start the video. Please let me know if you cannot hear the voice.
Dr. Raj,
Yes?
there is no audio in the video.
Oh, there is no audio. Okay, so I will go ahead and explain what the video is saying then, right? So okay, the video is essentially talking about. Let me go ahead and restart it. So this is wearing an ultra soft jacket and pants. It's in front of a disconnect in a category 2 arc, and you will see that there is molten copper in front of the mannequin, and a lot of copper covering the mannequin. Here's a slow motion, 3,000 frames per second. You can see that the arc flash engulfs the mannequin completely, right? And you can see that the molten copper is flying up to 6 feet, up to 10 feet, and completely engulfed. You see a lot of molten metal flying. So that was one where they were wearing a jacket and pants. Now let's look at what happens when they were not wearing, when the mannequin is not wearing a jacket and pants. So this is a polyester cotton shirt, right? And large arc, and you can see immediately that the garment is on fire. Not only the front, but the back of the garment is also on fire. And this is very aggressive fire. Even the pants are now on fire. And you can see as the mannequin is turned around, the pants are on fire. Now let's look at it in a slow motion, 3,000 frames per second. You can see that the arc again completely engulfs the mannequin, right? You are not just the front part, not just the torso, but also the pants, right? Everything is engulfed. And you can see a lot of the melted fabric and copper all thrown all over the place. And this kind of thing will always result in catastrophic injury and could easily result in a fatality, right? So kind of those two videos kind of gave you an idea of what the arc flash actually is, right? How strong arc flash is, And then the fact that it actually engulfs you completely, right? So this is the reason why you have to wear not just a shirt or a jacket, you have to wear pants as well. Because if the fire also goes on your back. Okay, so the good thing about these videos is that it helps you answer some very fundamental questions, right? The first fundamental question is, what exactly is flame-resistant clothing? So I would say that clothing that is made from fabrics that can self-extinguish. So what does that mean, self-extinguish? So if you take a fabric and you put a lighter underneath that fabric, right? And then you take the lighter away. If the fabric extinguishes, does not continue to burn, then that means that that particular fabric is flame resistant, right? And that kind of flame resistant fabrics, when you make garments out of it, they are designed essentially to protect you. When they protect you, they essentially are designed to limit your injury. They will never be able to eliminate injury completely, but they will limit your injury. So your chance of survival is higher, right? And the third bullet point here is a very, very important bullet point. Because your chance of survival, the extent of your injury, the recovery time, and the quality of your life after the injury all depends upon how good that fabric or garment was in terms of protecting you against that flash fire or that arc flash, right? So if you had a good fabric, a good performing fabric, a good performing garment, your chances of survival are higher, your extent of injury is going to be less, your recovery time is going to be shorter, and then your quality of life would be a lot better after the injury. The second question is, why exactly is flame resistance needed? So if you think about it, most severe burn injuries are caused by wearing something that is non-flame resistant. If it is non-flame resistant, it becomes a fuel. So you are wearing something, when you're faced with an arc flash, if it is non-flame resistant, it is a fuel. It will burn. And then you're wearing something that is burning. So your injury comes not necessarily from that incident, which, like in the video that I showed you, was a fraction of a second incident. So the injury does not necessarily come from the incident. It will come from the fact that you are wearing something that is burning, right? So you're better off, think about it this way, you're better off not wearing anything than wearing something that is non-flame resistant. Okay, all right, so hope that was helpful. So the idea here is that what we are talking about is, we are not talking about primary protective clothing, right? Primary protective clothing is what I showed you earlier, which is something that you wear to go fight a fire, right? The fire is already burning, you wear something and then you go fight it. That is primary protective clothing. Secondary protective clothing is what we are discussing here today. Secondary protective clothing is what you wear on a daily basis. It's a daily wear. It's a uniform. You come in that uniform. And that protects you in case you are faced with this arc flash hazard. Okay. All right. So now that you know what the hazard is, let's talk about what are the practices in the industry? What are the standards that are set by governments to protect workers in the industry, right? Okay, so every company should have a safety program, and those programs are governed by agencies, right? You could have US agencies, you could have European agencies. In fact, now there are other agencies as well. Initially, there were US agencies and European agencies only, but now there are Canadian agencies, there is a Chinese ministry. So there are now other industries, other countries that have agencies as well. But the most common one, and the one that most people use today, are the US standards set by the US agencies and the European agencies. So let me tell you how these agencies work. So in the US, you have the Occupational Safety and Health OSHA administration. So they are responsible for all worker injuries here. So they want to protect, their responsibility is to protect all workers in every industry, to protect them against injuries. And then underneath OSHA is NFPA, National Fire Protection Association. So NFPA protects against fire-related injuries. So only fire-related injuries. And then the way the standards are set is that you have to follow these ASTM test methods. So if you follow the ASTM test method, then you are wearing a compliant PPE, right? So the European agency also has an exactly same structure, worker, fire, and then using the ISO test methods. That's the only difference. ASTM test methods in the US, ISO test methods in Europe. Okay, so I'm going to talk today only about the regulation for arc flash, right? I'm not going to talk about any of the other workplace hazards that I had shown earlier. So OSHA 29 CARF 1910 is the original regulation that protects all workers. Under it, NFPA 70E is the regulation that protects against fire. And then ASTM 1506 defines the test methods that you have to use to show that you are compliant. Or for a PPE to be compliant to these test methods, they have to pass the ASTM 1506 specified test methods. So I'm actually going to take you through that. I'd explain that in more detail. Okay, so like I said, the regulation is governed by NFPA in the US, right? National Fire Protection Agency. NFPA 70E is the regulation. That's what it's called. And there are three things, very important terms under NFPA 70E. First one is arc thermal performance value, or ATPV. Second one is break open threshold energy, EBT. And the third thing is the arc rating itself, right? So I'm actually going to go through all three of them. And then, but before I do that, the test methods that NFPA 70E uses is one of the tests is under ASTM, right? So one of them is 1959. I will show you that also in a little bit more detail. But before I do that, let's actually talk about the arc flash itself, right? So arc flash, as you saw in that video, is energy, right? It's massive amount of energy. And the injury from that energy depends upon what was the intensity of that energy. How intense was it, right? If it was very, very intense, then of course there you have to have stronger protection. If it is less intense, then you have to have, then you can afford a lesser protection, right? But let's talk about how do you understand exactly how intense is that arc flash? How intense was that energy, right? So there are several factors that determine how intense was that incident energy, right, of an equipment. Okay, now why are we doing this? The reason we're doing is that if we understand how intense that energy is of the equipment that you are working on, if you understand that, then you can wear something that is equally protected, right? So if you understand the incident energy, you wear something that is equally protective, that is arc rated to that incident energy, then you will prevent the body from getting a second-degree burn, right? So that is the reason why it is very important to understand both things. You have to understand what is the incident energy of the equipment, how strong that energy is, and then you have to understand how do you find a PPE that is equally protective or more protective against that incident energy. So let's start from incident energy of the equipment. So what determines, what are the variables that control the incident energy of an equipment? Okay, so we'll take these variables one at a time. Let's start with voltage, right? Voltage is a very important measure, is a very important determinant of arc flash energy. Now, the reason why it is important is because you have to have a minimum voltage to sustain an arc in air, right? Have to have a minimum voltage to sustain an arc in air. But then once you have that minimum voltage and you can sustain an arc in air, then after that, if you increase the voltage, does not mean the arc intensity will go up, right? So it just needs a basic minimum voltage. And that minimum voltage by NFPA 70 is defined as 50 volts, right? But typically 50 volts will not sustain an arc. I mean, you need to get to about 208 for volts in order for you to sustain an arc. Okay, but once you do that, once you have enough voltage to sustain an arc, getting to a higher voltage is not going to increase the intensity. Okay, second one is amperage, another crucial factor. The reason why amperage is important is because it is directly related to incident energy. What does that mean? That means that if you have 5,000 amps, right, and you go to 10,000 amps, if you go from 5,000 amps to 10,000 amps, you've doubled the incident energy, right? Directly related. As long as other factors remain constant, if you increase the amperage, double the amperage, you will double the incident energy, right? 10,000 amps to 20,000 amps, you double the incident energy. Okay. The third factor here is cycle time. So the cycle time basically means like the duration of the arc. How long is the arc? If the arc sustains for a longer time, it is more intense, right? So it is, so and it is directly related, right? So if you go from 5 cycles to 10 cycles, right, you've doubled the incident energy. And then typically your breakers are set to trip at a certain point in time, right? So, but sometimes the breakers are not exercised, right? And let's say if they are supposed to trip at 10 cycles, but they don't trip up until 15 cycles, then your incident energy is a lot more than what you had anticipated, right? So that is why it's very important to understand these factors. Okay, how about an arc gap? The arc gap is so you have, let's say if you have a 3-phase a gear and you have 3 conductors, so the distance between the 2 conductors is the arc gap, right? And in a typical equipment, industrial equipment, your arc gap is about 1.5 to 2.5 inches, right? Now, the longer the arc gap, the more intense the energy. All right, so with that brings us to the fifth important and the most important factor, which is the distance from the arc. That is the distance that you are standing from the equipment, the distance that your torso is from the equipment, right? And this is a factor which is very, very important. It's vital because it is in your control. However, if you are, so it depends again on the incident energy. If you're standing closer, for example, to the equipment, let's say if you stand 3 inches closer to the equipment, it increases your incident energy by 4 calories, right? So this is very much in your control. Now it is very much in your control, but you have to be close enough to the equipment to apply torque to the equipment. Let's say if you're applying torque to the equipment, you need to be close enough to the equipment. But then you have to take into account how close are you to that equipment. And so when you calculate your energy, be conservative when you look at what is the distance you are standing in front of the equipment, right? So here is a mathematical formula. This is given by IEE 1584. And IEE 1584 actually gives you a mathematical formula. So all I'm showing you here is any electrical engineer can actually run this formula. But what I'm showing you here is that E is the arc flash energy or the incident energy. The D is the distance, right? So as you can see from that equation, it is directly, D is inversely proportional. So the closer you are, the higher the incident energy, right? Duration of the arc, TA, the longer the arc or the shorter the arc, is directly related to incident energy. And then, of course, current or amperage is directly related to incident energy, right? So that is the formula that you see. Now, so we are talking about determining the incident energy of an equipment. You can use this mathematical formula. Any electrical engineer should be able to do that using this mathematical formula, or there is another method. The other method is NFPA 70E provides a table, right? The standard itself provides a table. And this is what the table looks like, right? So it basically tells you the equipment that you're using, the kind of equipment that you're using. So it gives you a description on the left. For example, it says a panel board or other equipment rated 240 volts. And then, what is the amperage there, right? 25 kiloamperes. Duration of the arc cycle time is 0.03 seconds. And you're standing 18 inches. Your torso is 18 inches away from the equipment. And in that case, you need an arc flash category 1 PPE, right? Arc flash category. I'm going to talk about what exactly this 1, 2, and 3 is in the next few slides. But this is the way for you to find out what is the incident energy of your equipment, right? So you can either use that mathematical formula that I showed you in the other slide, or you can look up the 70E table, find the activity that resembles the closest to the description on your left, and then you look at the right and you say, okay, I need a category 1, category 2, category 3, or category 4 PPE, right? So that's how you determine that to work for this equipment, I need a category 1. To work for this equipment, I need a category 4. Okay, so then let's say, okay, so that's what we talked about, the incident energy. So now we talked about the equipment side. Now let's talk about the PPE side, right? What you are supposed to wear when you are working on that equipment. So there are 2 tests that are specified under NFPA 70E for protection against arc flash. So I'm going to take you through both the tests, right? The first one is ASTM D6413. This is a vertical flammability test. It's called a vertical flammability test. It is basically the most fundamental test to determine whether a fabric or a garment is flame resistant or not, right? It needs to pass this test to be able to say whether the garment is flame resistant or not. Okay, so now let's see how that test is done, right? So what we start with a 3-inch by 12-inch, right? 3-inch by 12-inch specimen of fabric, okay? And you have a burner, okay? Now what you do is you suspend that fabric 3/4 of an inch into the flame, and you hold it there for about 12 seconds, right? And then you take it out, and then what do is you look at the after flame, right? Say how long does it continue to glow? That's the after flame, right? Or is there any melt or drip of the fabric? That is all, you need to record all of that. Also, there is a weight attached to the fabric. So as you are suspending the fabric, there is a weight attached to the fabric. And so what you then look at is how far because it was exposed to the flame, how far is the tear or the length of the tear, or the char length. That is what it's called, right? So how long is the char length? And if the char length is 6 inches or less, right, and the after flame or the glow is less than 2 seconds, then that is a compliant fabric. What that means is, when I say compliant fabric, that means that fabric is flame resistant, right? Okay. All right. So that's the D6413 test. Then let's come to the ASTM 1959 test. Very, very important test. And I indicated to you earlier that there are two very important values that you have to measure. These values are related to the fabric or the garment or the PPE, right, that you're wearing. Okay. So the first one is ATPV, or arc thermal performance value, right? So this basically determines, it is the incident energy on a material that results in a 50% probability that there is enough heat that passes through the fabric specimen, right, and causes a second-degree burn. And it is based on a Stoll curve, and I'm going to take you through that as well in a second, right? The second one is energy break open threshold. So this is the incident energy on a material that again results in a 50% probability of a break open. The fabric basically breaks, right? It creates a hole. And the hole should be at least half an inch, right, or 1.6 square centimeter. Now, there is a method to measuring this. Basically, the fabric panels are exposed to an arc blast, and the data is collected, and I will actually take you through that. But I do want to point out something else, which is the categories, right? So I mentioned earlier about that you determine the incident energy of an equipment, and then you come to and the 70E table gives you the category of the PPE that you will need to work on that equipment, which is category 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is defined by 70E. So category 1 is defined as a single layer FR shirt and pants or a coverall, and can protect up to 4 calories per centimeter square. HRC2 or CAT2 or category 2 is a single layer FR shirt and pants, 8 cal per centimeter square. Then typically CAT3 will require 2 layers at least, and you will have protection up to 25 calories per centimeter square. And then the fourth one is an arc suit, and that can protect up to 40 calories per centimeter square. Okay, now ATPV and EBT. So ATPV is arc thermal performance value, and EBT is energy break open. The difference between the two is ATPV is amount of energy that goes through the fabric, and EBT is what causes a hole, right? It breaks open the fabric. So they're both evaluated on the same test, but the one that is reached first, right? So the lower value becomes the arc rating for the fabric, right? So therefore you have a threshold, right? And the lower value becomes the arc rating. All right, so let me now show you how do you measure? How do you measure that arc rating of a fabric, right? I showed you how to do the incident energy of the equipment. Now I'm going to show you the arc rating of a fabric. So this is what an apparatus looks like. The apparatus is basically a cage, and a cage that holds electrodes. There are 2 electrodes in place, vertical electrodes in place, and it holds the 2 electrodes in place. There is the rectangle areas. There are 3 of them that you see. Those are the panels where the fabric goes, right? And then there is a test sensor which is the two circles that you see. That is a test sensor, and then there is a fuse wire that goes between the electrodes, right? So and then you cannot see in this diagram, you cannot see the incident energy monitor. But the fuse wire goes between the electrodes, and it's a tiny wire, of course, and you expose it to about 8,000 amps, and the fuse wire, of course, blows away. And then once it blows away, now you are conducting through a non-conductive air, and so that creates the plasma, which creates the arc in that area where the fabric panels are, right? So then as the arc is created, you can actually measure through these copper calorimeters, which is the two circles that you see. You can measure the energy through the fabric. So you can measure two things. You can either measure the energy through the fabric, or you can measure the hole, right? So let me show you now. So this is what the equipment is like, right? So it tells you exactly how an arc rating is done. So then when you come and you plot, basically the thing is you have to get at least 21 points. So the red dots that you see in the bottom are dots where the fabric was exposed to the energy. And then red dots on the top are the ones where, when they were exposed to the energy, the energy either went through or it caused a hole, right? So and then based on this stored curve, this is a logistics regression model, and you can go on the y-axis, and you can go to the 50% probability level, and you can go across till it meets the curve. And then you go down, and it tells you exactly what the arc rating of the fabric is. And I hope so I'm going to say it one more time. So you basically, the apparatus that I was showing you, you go ahead and do that. The fuse wire, you create an arc, you expose the three panels have 3 samples of fabric, so you get 3 points at a time. You expose that panel to an arc, and then you measure the energy through that fabric, or you stop when there is a hole in the fabric, right? So, and that's how you generate about 21 points is what you're supposed to generate by this test method. So the bottom is where they did not produce a hole, and the top one is where it did produce an hole. And then once you have this regression model, then you just plot that regression model, and then you go up to your y-axis, go to 50% probability, and go across till where it meets the stored curve, meets the curve, and then you drop it down. And then as you drop down to the x-axis, wherever that meets the x-axis. So in this particular case, for example, let's look at it in this particular case. If you go on the 50% probability level, you go across, and wherever it meets the curve, then if you drop down, you will see that it's about 8.7. About 8.7 is the arc rating of that fabric. And then if you can use that fabric to make the garment has an arc rating of 8.7, right? So 8.7, which now when we were looking at categories 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.7 is a category 2 fabric or category 2 garment. Okay, all right. Hope that was helpful. So these kind of measurements, the arc rating measurements, can be done, and there are about 5 accredited labs in the world. So the pictures that you see are from Kinetrics, which is a lab in Toronto. But then there are other accredited labs, like, for example, there is North Carolina State University in the US. It has a lab. University of Alberta, Canada has a lab. BTTG in the UK has a lab. And ATEX in Spain, they have a lab. So there's a total of 5 accredited labs that can do this test and then can give you a report and that report will tell you whether you are, what is the arc rating of the fabric that you're using, right? And if you're using something, a garment, and after using it for a while, you want to go ahead and test the arc rating, you can send it to any of these accredited labs, and they will go ahead and do the arc rating for you, right? So typically they need enough samples, but they will do an arc rating for you. So you can see in this picture that you see, this is actually an arc rating done on a garment. So there were two particular garments that were being compared. The one on the left, both were exposed to the same energy, right? And both were exposed in this particular case to about 8 cal on the left. And then one, of course, survived. The garment on the right survived. The garment on the left is completely broken open, right? So the garment on the left was not even flame resistant, right? So that is why it is completely destroyed. Okay. So anyway, this is where you can measure those things. All right. So now that we understand what the hazard is, we understand what are the standards that you have to use. How do you determine compliance? How do you determine that what is the hazard that you're facing and what kind of PPE you need? Let's talk about how do you make that PPE, right? I mean, so we said, okay, the fabric has to be 8.7 cal, right? But how do you make a fabric flame resistant? How do you make it flame resistant, right? So you have to understand that. Okay, so let me take you through that. Before I do that, the first thing I want to say is that the reason why we're talking about the fabric is because 90% of the garment is the fabric, right? So you have other things like you have zippers and Velcro and thread and buttons and reflective tape, but they make up less than 10% of the garment. So 90% or plus 90% is the fabric. So that's why we're talking about the fabric, right? And the performance of the fabric will determine the performance of the garment. Okay, so in order to do that, let's go ahead and look at, let's start by asking the question, what exactly is a fire? Right? We're trying to make a flame resistant fabric, which will make a flame resistant garment. So let's start with what exactly is the fire? So fire, of course, is defined as it's a chemical reaction, right? It produces heat and light and through combustion of some kind of a fuel in an oxygen environment, right? So if you look at the triangle, right, this famous fire triangle, which is what says that, okay, that if you have fuel and if you have oxygen, then you can, sorry, just give me a second. Then you can have fire, right? If you have heat, you have oxygen and fuel, you can have a fire. Okay, so that's a very simplistic way to look at it. And you will think that, okay, if I have heat, oxygen, and fuel, I should get a fire. Then in a kitchen, you should get a fire just like that, right? Anytime you go into the kitchen, you have heat, you have fuel, and you have oxygen. So you should have combustion. But it does not happen, right? You work in a kitchen, we make food in our kitchens. There is no spontaneous combustion going on in the kitchen. Why is that? So the reason for that is that you need to have some kind of an energy that is required to start that reaction. That energy is called activation energy. So some kind, and this diagram that you see right here, that hump that you see, that hump is what is called the activation energy. So you need that activation energy in order to start the reaction, to start the chemical reaction that results in a fire. So that is the reason why in a kitchen you don't get spontaneous combustion, right? You're working there, all three elements of the triangle are there, but you don't get spontaneous combustion because you don't have that activation energy. The moment you provide that activation energy, then you will get combustion, right? So there is a process. So let's talk about the process. So essentially what happens is, let's say if you provide that energy, once you provided that energy, what happens to the fuel? So whatever that fuel may be, and the fuel could be, you know, a non-flame resistant fabric, for example. But the way the process works is that you've done some kind of an initiation, right? That initiation will start the chemical reaction. That initiation, what it does is it takes the fuel and it degrades the fuel, it breaks it apart. And when it breaks it apart, it generates a radical. So it's that radical that starts the reaction. So the radical reacts with fuel and produces more radical. Then that new radical that has formed again reacts with a fuel and produces another radical. And what you're starting is a chain reaction, right? Radical reacting with fuel, producing another radical, reacting with fuel, producing another radical. This chain reaction is what it leads to combustion. It is what sustains a fire. Okay. All right. So we understand what the fire is now a little bit better, right? Because what we are saying is that so you have oxygen, you have heat, you have fuel, and you have a chain reaction, right? You started a chain reaction. And that all leads to a combustion. So there are essentially 4 legs, not exactly 3 legs. All right. So once we understand that, once we understand exactly what creates this the fire, then now we can look at these 4 things and say, okay, let's say, how do I stop one of these, right? So if I can, for example, stop oxygen, if I can somehow engulf the system with nitrogen, for example, and just not make oxygen available, then I will stop the fire, right? Or if I can create some kind of a barrier and the fuel is not available anymore, right? I create a barrier between the fire and the fuel. And if I do that, then the fuel is no longer available. And so it cannot participate in a chain reaction. And so therefore, the fire will stop, right? So take the oxygen away, stop the fire. Take the fuel away, stop the fire. Chain reaction, if you can find radical scavengers, there are radical scavengers that as soon as they see the radical, they will go ahead and take that. So if you find a radical scavenger, that will stop the fire, right? So you now have 3 methods, 3 mechanisms of stopping the fire. Take the fuel away, take the oxygen away, take the radical away, all right? So that gives us an idea, okay? So what we can do is we can now say that, let's say if we have a thermally stable fiber or a thermally stable fiber in the one that does not break down, right? It is so thermally stable that even when it's exposed to that heat, it does not degrade, right? Or you could have some kind of a fiber that is made with a radical scavenger. So that scavenges the radical from the reaction and therefore stops the fire. Okay, so I'm showing you that there are 3 types of the 3 mechanisms and the 3 types of fabrics that make up that type of technology. So aramids are typically, I don't know if you've heard of aramids, but if aramids is a fiber, and if fabrics are made with aramids, then these fibers are thermally very, very stable, and so they will not break down. They will not degrade into radicals, right? And then if you've heard of monocrylic, those are fibers that are radical scavengers. So they are used in fabrics and they act as radical scavengers. So if you are using a fabric made with if you're using a garment made with a fabric that uses monocrylic, then you can stop the fire because it will scavenge the radical. And the third type is the char forming polymer. So this is where you're using natural fibers and you can form a char, which the char goes between the fabric and the fire, and therefore does not allow the fabric to be available to the fire. So it basically takes the fuel away, right? So you have all three different types of mechanisms, right? That will give you flame resistant fabrics. So let's take one at a time and talk about what are the advantages and disadvantages of these fabrics. So fabrics that are made with aramid fibers the fabrics are highly durable because the fiber is highly durable. This is a synthetic fiber, man-made fiber. It is highly durable, can last many, many years. It does not rely on any fire retardants. So because it is thermally stable, right? So like I said, it is thermally stable where it can withstand, it will not degrade even when it's exposed to a fire. These particular fabrics can provide protection at lighter weights. And then there is no agent, no fire retardant needed to protect that or to prevent the degradation. The disadvantage is that they are easily the most expensive option. The fibers generally tend to be fairly stiff and resulting in a harsher hand, and it does not absorb water so easily. So in a hot and humid environment, it does not absorb your moisture. You know, if you're sweating, it does not absorb that moisture. So it becomes a little bit uncomfortable to wear, right? And then you need quite a high weight to get to a Cat 2 rating, the Cat 2 rating where we talked about. And since there is no fire retardant present in the fabric, then if you have contamination, so for example, if you're wearing a garment that is made with aramid and you go and you are offshore somewhere or even onshore, but you are working in an environment that cakes your garment, then it must be washed very, very well, because there is no fire retardant in the garment, right? So the fiber itself is the only thing that protects you. Okay, now the second type is the radical scavenger or monocrylic. So typical blend type fabrics. Like Milliken makes DH, that is blend type fabrics that contain monocrylics. And monocrylics are radical scavengers. So that is the mechanism that is being used here. You don't need a lot of monocrylic in a fabric to be a radical scavenger. So even if your garment has 50% monocrylic or even less, sometimes you can it will act as a radical scavenger. But then you can you have the because it does not need a lot, so you don't have to make the fabric completely with monocrylic, and so you can add other fibers there to make the fabric more, say, stronger, for example, right? And then these monocrylics have a nice hand, so they are comfortable to wear, but they are weak, right? The fibers are a little bit weak. But like I said, you don't need a lot in a fabric that you make. You can have half the fabric be from monocrylic, so the other half you can use other blends to make it stronger. So the fabric eventually will be strong when you use it. The third type is the one that creates a barrier, right? So this is the one. So typically, this is you use a natural fabrics made with natural fibers. So, for example, you can use your cotton-based fabric, and then you use this method to create a barrier between your fabric and the fire, and that prevents that stops the fire, right? So that is what makes it flame resistant. Because it is cotton-based, so this is what we wear on a daily basis. I mean, you and I are wearing it today. So dyeing it is easier, right? You can dye it into various colors. All kinds of colors are available. And then it is, because it's a natural fiber, it is grown as an agricultural product. Cotton is grown as an agricultural product. It is cost effective. It can also get to a Cat2 solution. So very comfortable to wear, and you get a minimum Cat2 protection. But because it's a natural fiber, it does have low service life, right? Because it's not as strong as a man-made fiber, right? A synthetic fiber would be more strong. So cotton is not as strong. And so what this is giving you is it's giving you a way to determine, okay, what would you like to use, right? What type of mechanism, what type of fiber, what type of fabric would you like to use to protect you against these hazards, right? I mean, you can use a fabric that is the aramid blend type of the aramid fabric, like made with aramid fibers, which is strong, and or you can use the cotton-based fibers, which is comfortable, or you can use a blended fabric, which has the best of both worlds, right? It is strong enough, and then it is also provides you good comfort when you wear it, right? So this basically, hopefully, this gives you an idea of how a fabric is made, and then so Westex makes. I'm showing you the Westex Synergy Pro, which is an aramid-based fabric. So 98% comes from either meta-aramid, para-aramid. You can combine those two. 98% of the fabric is made with aramid. Westex DH, which uses the monocrylic fiber. So this is a blend, and it is comfortable, and it is a radical scavenger. Westex DH Air, which is a low weight, lightweight, same blend, also uses monocrylic, and so it's a radical scavenger, but also again very comfortable. It's doubly comfortable because it is low weight as well. And then you have Ultrasoft, which is a cotton-based product, and so this is where we create that barrier to the cotton, and so therefore it is flame resistant, right? Okay, so now let's now take a quick look at two videos. The first video. Okay, so this one video right here is you're seeing a dash cam, and you'll see two workers working on a disconnect, and as you've got cones and tape, so they're creating a boundary for you to work. And as soon as the second worker cocks his head in, you will see that there is about so it's about a 10 calorie arc, right? It's a 10 calorie arc incident, but they're wearing all appropriate PPE. They're wearing, face shield, everything they're wearing. So it's nothing happens to them, right? They just basically are able to brush it off, and both of them survive. So if you're wearing the right PPE, and then your chances of course your survival is very, very high, right? And so, like you said in that video. Then the next thing I wanted to quickly touch base upon is there is labeling requirements on NFPA 70E. So basically, so if you're buying a garment which is protection against arc flash, it must meet the requirements of your 1506, which is it must pass the 2 ASTM test methods that I talked about. It must list the manufacturer's name, who made the garment, who made the fabric, or what fabric is being used. it must have a tracking and identification code, which means that the garment that they're using or the garment that you are using must have a tracking code that goes all the way back to where the fabric was made, right? And then of course it must have, because you have to have that kind of traceability. You have to have a proper system that you can trace the garment to, where the fabric was made and how it was made, and to make sure that it was made with the right quality, right? So this is a labeling requirement. It is required by NFPA 70, and you must have it on your garment. Okay. Okay, so there the arc flash is of course used, that kind of protection you need in various kinds of industries. It's not just electrical maintenance industries, but also electrical utilities need this kind of protection. And then even oil, gas, and petrochemical companies have electrical equipment in their plants, and they need protection against arc flash. Even this steel, metal, and mining industry, they also need protection against arc flash, because all industries in the end do use electrical equipment in some form, fashion, right? And if you are exposed to that, then you must have PPE that protects you. So in an oil and gas industry, for example, it's better to use a PPE that provides protection against not just flash fire from these low melting point liquids, but also arc flash, because you have equipment there that is electrical equipment that can create arc flash as well. Okay, so basically, coming down to a summary, I want to say that you must have protection PPE that provides the lowest body burn. Right, the lower the body burn, and this is listed. When you do an ASTM test, you can actually get a body burn for each piece of fabric, right? So when you buy the fabric, you can get a body burn on that fabric. So when the three types of fabrics that I was showing you, the three mechanisms, the aramids, the blends, and the natural fibers, all these types of fabrics will have a body burn, right? And so it'll give you a body burn. So if it says that it has a body burn of 30, and if it says it has in a different fabric has a body burn of 16, then obviously the lower the body burn, the better off you are, right? That fabric provides you better protection because it gives you a lower body burn than a fabric that gives you a higher body burn. And then, of course, you must have fabrics that provide you a garment that are durable, that don't shrink. They're soft and comfortable to wear. They must be comfortable to wear, because if you are uncomfortable, then the first thing you will do is you will open up your sleeves, or you'll open, a shirt, a button on in your collar, and so then you of course lose your protection as you fold your sleeve or you open buttons, right? So a fabric that is naturally comfortable to wear is obviously a better fabric to wear, because then you will not fold your sleeve and then you will not open your button. And so therefore you will be fully protected at all times, right? The fabrics must also be something that, that have been used for a long time. There must be some protection for the life of the garment, right? It's not just like you are getting a fabric or a garment today and it says it passes all of the test methods and it is compliant to all of the regulations, but it does not, a month from now, it does not have FR protection. Then what good is that, right? So it must come with some kind of a lifetime guarantee. Right, lifetime guarantee in the sense that if you're wearing it today, the first day that you buy that garment, or 30 days after you bought the garment, or 6 months after you bought the garment, or a year after you bought that garment, it must provide you same level of protection. Right. So those are some of the important things to think about when you're looking at what type of What type of PPE are you using? That is what makes an appropriate PPE. It must be rated correctly, and then it must have all of these other features as well, right? So first you make sure that it is rated appropriately to the task you're doing. And then once you've done that, then you look at other attributes. You look at the body burn, you look at the shrinkage, durability, you look at the softness and the comfort. And then you look at all of these things, and that's how you make sure that you are wearing the appropriate PPE and that you are fully protected. Okay, so I do want to use one last slide to tell you a little bit about the company. I mean, why is it that gives us credibility to talk about this? So very quickly, I'll go through it. Milliken and Company. I work for Milliken and Company. Milliken and Company is one of the very few companies that are rated by Ethisphere as one of the most ethical companies in the world today. It's only 7 companies that are, globally that are on that list, right? And Milliken is one of them. We are certified carbon negative. From a safety standpoint, we are certified carbon negative, even though we have a chemical division. We're still certified carbon negative. All 40 plus Milliken plants, manufacturing plants all over the world are VPP star sites, which means OSHA basically gives us that designation of VPP, which means basically that OSHA does not have to come and audit us, that they feel that we have good audit systems ourselves internally, and that we do a good job auditing ourselves. So they call our sites VPP star sites. Milliken and Company is the first company to be recognized 3 times by Occupational Health and Safety as one of the world's safest companies. And then in 2018, we were named to the America's Safest Hall of Fame. Right? And over the years, we have had recognition for the work that we have done in this area. So I hope that was useful. If you have time, I can take you through some questions. Jeannie, what do you think? I can just take them through some questions, and I give them answers as well at the same time.
Yes, Dr. Reg, we are going to proceed to our question and answer portion.
Okay.
So,
right.
to all of our participants, if you have question regarding Dr. Raj's topic, you may now drop your questions in our Zoom chat box, and Dr. Raj will answer our queries. We have our first question here. Is there any arc flash suit designed for HVDC use, since all of them were designed to withstand all AC use?
Can you define what do you mean by CU and HPCU?
Mr. Alberto Ramos.
Yes, so the oil, grease, and paint do contribute. So that is why it is important to wash them properly. Your garment must be washed properly, and all these contaminants must be removed. Particularly if you're using fabrics, garments that are made with aramid, then they must be, because they don't have any flame retardant in it, and it must be washed very well in order to be flame resistant. So
Thank you po. Thank you. So another question.
Mm-hmm.
Participants, hello, I would like to ask the useful life of an arc flash suit.
Yeah, so arc flash suit, of course, it depends on how much you use. So if you're using an arc flash suit, which means you're using an arc flash suit is something that is task-based, right? So what you do is you use it only when you perform a certain task. So only when you work on a certain equipment, you put on that arc flash suit, and then you work on it. So you don't use it on a daily basis. It's not a uniform. it can last a long time, right? And I mean, it can last for 2 to 3 years, depending on how much you use that arc flash suit. And so typically what I see in the industry is that an arc flash suit is usually replaced every 2 to 3 years. They get a new one every 2 to 3 years. Whereas daily wear, which is a uniform, is typically replaced every year. So, but they should last at least a year. An arc flash suit will definitely last a lot longer than that. Easily last up to 2 to 3 years.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Another question. The safest way to mitigate arc flash is to shut down the equipment to be repaired or maintenance. Thus, do we need to wear arc flash suit?
Yes, a very good question. I mean, it's a very, very good question, very, very important question. So you're saying, okay, if you de-energize, do you really need to wear the PPE, right? And then that's a good question, because how do you know for sure that you are de-energized, right? I mean, you could. How do you know for sure? I mean, there is a process in place, right? I mean, you do the lockout, tag out, and then you use the equipment to make sure that there is no voltage, and you can do all of that. And then you have to make sure that the equipment that you're measuring to make sure that there is no voltage is working properly. So it is a very difficult thing to determine, right? You are much better off. Sure, you have to have such a robust process that you're making sure that you measured the right thing, and that you've done the lockout tag out, and that you are convinced that it is de-energized. Because I can tell you, a lot of accidents happen because people feel that they are working on a de-energized system, and it wasn't completely de-energized. So I will never say that if you're working on a de-energized system, don't wear anything. I would err on, be cautious, right? Wear something rather than assume that it is de-energized. That's the way I'd answer that question.
Thank you. Another question. Will the arc flash suit reduce its life every time it is exposed to an arc flash?
No, it should not. It should not. If you're wearing, this is if you remember, one of the criteria I was talking about is that you must have some kind of a guarantee, right? That fabric or garment that you are, that PPE that you're buying has a use life guarantee. Right, so it's not just guaranteed on the very first day, but it must be guaranteed for its use. So as long as the garment is intact and you have taken care of it properly, that garment should be good for its use life, and that must be given. That kind of guarantee must be given by your vendor. Should be given. You should ask for it for sure.
Follow-up question from the same delegate. How to disinfect properly the arc flash suit?
Disinfect. So the washing instructions. So we typically, I think most garment manufacturers, when they supply, they will give you their washing instructions in terms of how to take care of that particular type of garment, right? Which is a particular type of fabric that is being used there. So you should just follow those instructions, the washing instructions. And I think if you follow those washing instructions, you should be able to take care of it. And you can always, at any point in time, if you feel like, if you, after using it, let's say for 6 to 8 months, you feel like you want to maybe test it. You can easily test it. One of the labs, you can send it for testing. They require 3 garments. They will take the 3 garments. They will wash them, and then they will go ahead and perform a test, and they'll give you an arc rating. So after 6 to 8 months, you can get an arc rating, and that tell you whether ideally if you buy the right stuff, it should not degrade. The arc rating should not degrade. For it must have its use life and it should not degrade. Yeah, so this is the, I see a question about the end use life. Yeah, the end use life is, like I said, it depends on how much you used it, right? So an arc suit, for example, I've seen in the industry, typically it is used for 2 to 3 years. And because it's not used so often, right? It is very task-based. So it's not so used so often. So therefore, whereas a uniform typical industry, they would replace it after a year. So a Cat 1 or a Cat 2 garment is typically replaced after a year. But a Cat 3 and a Cat 4, yeah, you can replace it after 2 to 3 years. I've seen it, I've seen 3 years. So
another question here. Does that mean that most of the time arc flash suit replacement is condition based and not time based? If so, does arc flash suits come with checklist to assess its overall condition before using it?
So it is, I would say it is use based, right? So it's like not necessarily time based. So if it is sitting, it is not in use, right? So if it is not or hasn't been used enough, then it can be used longer. But the longer you go, without use. So let's say if you bought an arc suit that you haven't used in a year and a half, I would definitely, it should last, provided it is placed in the right place and it has been taken care of rightly. It should last. It should be perfectly okay. But in that case, you should test it, especially if it hasn't been used at all. Because the thing is that we are living in a hot and humid environment. That's not a very good environment for storage longer term, right? So you should, if you haven't used it in a long time, it's just been sitting on a shelf somewhere, I would test it after, before you use it. But on the other hand, if you use it on a regular basis and you take care of it and you follow the instructions and you have maintained it properly, yeah, it can last 2 to 3 years.
Doctor, can we go back to the first question?
Yes, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there any arc flash suit designed for high voltage direct current use? Since all of them were designed to withstand all alternating current.
Oh, direct current versus alternating current. Not aware of it. I'm not aware of. Sorry, I don't. Not sure about this. So I'll have to come back to you on that. But can I get your name and email? I'll get back to you on that.
Another question, what is the recommended test frequency of the arc flash suit, doctor?
Yeah, so people do it differently. We suggest that you do it after a year.
How to check the integrity of the arc flash suit?
You have to determine the arc rating. And I mean, of course, the arc flash suit, you do a visual inspection, right? Make sure that it's not that damaged. So as long as it's not damaged and visually you inspected it and it's not damaged, then the next thing to do is to do an arc rating test. And if the arc rating checks out, then you're good to go.
Another question from Mr. Eriks. Is there a level or category of flash arc suit to be used on a specific job?
Is there any level?
Yes, or category.
Okay, so that
arc flash suit.
Yeah, so it depends very much on the incident energy. So you have to determine the incident energy of the equipment, and if that determines what is the category that you use. So let's say if you measure the incident energy and it comes out to be 12, then you must wear a Cat 3 suit. right? So it depends on the incident energy. You determine the incident energy, and then you make sure you're wearing a garment that is made with fabric that is rated equal to or higher than that incident energy of the equipment.
Thank you, Doctor. Another question. If there is physical damage outside of the arc flash suit, like an accidental tear, does it mean it is degraded already of its cause, of its
Yeah,
use?
so typically I would say it is, if there is a tear or a damage, you either send it back to the vendor that you got it from, because that vendor will use the right equipment to repair it. And that vendor can also tell you if it is repairable or not, right? And if it is not repairable, then that vendor would recommend you that you discard it. But you must go back to that same vendor that you got it from, because you want to make sure that it is repaired properly, right? It is repaired with the right thread, for instance, right? And that vendor would also know that if it has weakened, if at that point, where it had the tear, if it is too weak and it is going to break open, then that vendor will tell you, I would not use it. And I would always err on the side of, if it's a really tiny something damage, maybe it can be repaired. But if it's a tear across the fabric, then it's that section of the fabric is weak, and I would recommend you discard it.
How long, in terms of time, can the suit withstand arc flash?
How long? Okay, so typically the arc rating is measured. There is when you do the body burn measurement, for example, that is typically done 3 seconds, right? So, and then when there is arc rating, those arc ratings, the cycles are very, very short, right? They are like fraction of a second. So the arcs typically are not that long anyway. And the arcs are very, very short duration. And now they're different. Like, so when I said, the cycle time, and they're different. The cycle time, like one cycle is 1/60th of a second, right? So you could have 5 cycles, but then they're 5/60th of a second. You could have 10 cycles. They're 10 cycles per second. So they last for that long, but you're still talking about fraction of a second.
Last question, Dr. Raj. Is it acceptable or recognized to use the online arc flash calculator?
Is it all right to use?
Advisable to use
Advisable.
the online flash?
So that depends on your electrical engineer, right? If the electrical engineer feels confident that they can do that calculation, and it is a fairly simple calculation, then you're good with it, right? What I would recommend is you do both, right? If you have an electrical engineer that can do that calculation, do that calculation, and then look up the table. Find a similar equipment that you're working on, and look up what the recommended arc rating is, and that will give you more confidence, right, that you have reached the same conclusion, and go with a slightly higher rating.
Last 2 questions, Dr. Raj.
Mm-hmm.
If the person with appropriate PPE working at prohibited space, will he still acquire injury? What are first aids?
Yes, sorry, can you read that question one more time?
If the person with appropriate PPE working at prohibited space, will he still acquire injury? And what are the first aids?
Prohibited space. You mean like if there is an approach boundary and this person is inside the boundary? Is that what they mean? Assuming they mean that. If somebody is inside the approach boundary, then they will get injured if they're not wearing appropriate PPE.
Yes, doctor. Okay po, last
So-
question.
Mhm.
For person located beyond arc flash boundaries, what might be the injury?
Sorry, again, can you read that one more time?
For person located beyond arc flash boundaries, what
Beyond,
might be the
okay.
injuries?
Beyond, so there is a reason why these boundaries are put in place, right? But having said that, if you remember from my presentation, I had talked about cycle time, right? I had talked about the fact that, if your breakers are not exercised and they're supposed to trip at 10 cycles, but they trip at 15 cycles, then the incident energy is going to be higher, right? More intense. And so if you set up your boundaries based on the 10 cycle and your breaker did not trip till there was 15 cycles, then your incident energy is longer. And the original boundary was set on 10 cycles, then you could potentially get injured even outside the boundary. Right? Goes to show you the reason why it is so important to be conservative, right? Even if you think it is 10 cycles, just do the calculation based on 15 cycles. If you think that your torso is going to be 12 inches away from the equipment, assume it is going to be 15. So be conservative in using those measurements. The more conservative you are in using those measurements, the more conservative you are going to be with the approach boundary, right? And so the better protection will be for people who are outside the approach boundary. But if your incident energy is exactly what it is for which you set the approach boundary, the person outside the approach boundary should be safe, should not have any injury at all.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. So there are still questions here from our participants. So can we get your email address so that our participants can still
Sure.
can still get answers from your questions?
Yeah, I'm at raj.batlaw@milliken.com. So you can approach me anytime.
Okay, thank you so much for that very interactive question and answer portion. And now let us proceed to awarding of certificate. With that, we thank you for giving us that very interactive, and we present you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Allow me
Thank
to
you very
read the
much.
content. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited, CPD provider number OEE-2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Dr. Rajnish Batlao in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of his invaluable contribution as a technical presenter on the topic Fabric Technologies for Arc Flash and Arc Blasts during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. With the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing, given this 9th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. So, Dr. Raj, please quote your best smile in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, Dr. Rajnish Batlao. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's all for our morning session. We made sure na morning pa lang, Well-packed na tayo ng napakaraming wisdom coming from all of our morning session resource speakers. But before we proceed, let's take a 1-hour lunch break to gear up ourselves for the following sessions. We will see you at 12:55 because we'll start exactly 1 p.m. And another thing, we will be using the same Zoom meeting link for the afternoon session. And for those who cannot, kindly short na lang po to entering into the second provided Zoom meeting link because our maximum capacity is 1,000 participants per meeting. So sa mga hindi po makakapasok, magpo-provide po ang committee ng another Zoom meeting link para dun po tayo papasok. And the earlier you enter, the better. Yeah, that's a wrap for our morning session. Thank you and happy lunch, everyone.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. Let us stay still for the program will continue after a 5-minute countdown.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE, the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Good afternoon, delegates, sponsors, IIEE officers, to our distinguished guests and resource speakers. Once again, welcome to Electrical Safety International Conference, and this time will be in our afternoon session. But before we proceed, kamustahin naman natin kung alive and kicking pa ang mga participants. Nakapag-lunch na po ba ang lahat? If yes, type in all big letters, yes, sa comment section, or pwede nyo rin naman pong i-share ang inyong ulam or kinain ngayong lunch. Ayan, as we can see, ayan, ang daming nakapag-lunch na. Thank you po for your active participation. Ayun, may nag-share dito, crispy pata raw ang kanyang ulam. Na napakasarap naman yan, Engineer Timothy. Ayan, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Chop suey, wow, ang sarap naman po ng ulam ni Engineer Ortiz. So I guess lahat po tayo ay prepared na sa ating afternoon session. And ayan, itlog with egg daw, itlog with egg. Wow, ang sasarap naman po ng ulam ng ating mga electrical practitioners. Ayan, now I guess we're already very ready for our next topic. Let us proceed by meeting our next guest speaker. Mr. Zam Mohammed is the Chief Technical Officer working for PN International, the parent company of K-Strong Asia. K-Strong is the Asian division of a global manufacturer of fall protection. He is internationally acknowledged as an expert on fall protection, anchors, and fixed line systems, and spent the last 20 years providing fall safety solutions to industries in India, Europe, the Americas, Middle East, Australia, and New Zealand. He is currently working with Bureau of India Standards in helping to rewrite the Indian fall protection standards. Connected devices and safety software are his current passion. Once again, with his topic, Managing Working on Heights with Electrical Hazards, let us all warmly welcome Mr. Zam Mohammed, K-Strong Asia Pacific Technical Director. Good day, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you for such a generous introduction. May I just connect my presentation? Jean, are you able to see my screen?
Sir, not yet po.
Oh, let me try it again. Perfect. Here we are. Okay, are we able to see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. It is quite difficult to have a presentation just after lunch. But as I see, the strength of participants is same as it was in the morning, which speaks volumes about the safety consciousness of IIEE. Friends, imagine a day in our life without electricity. It would be a nightmare. I wish to thank each and every IIE professional present here for working day in and day out to bring electricity to us 24/7. It is indeed a pleasure and honor to address such a distinguished group of IIE engineers. However, in the process of bringing power 24/7, the IIE technicians, engineers, workers, they face a lot of hazards. In fact, the biggest killer in industry today is work at height. And fall protection is, in my opinion, the most important subject to save lives of workers while working at height. In today's presentation, we will take you through the journey of a technician right after the power is generated and transmitted through towers, working on transformers in substation, and working on poles. We will understand what kind of hazards are there while working at height in all the situations, and we'll try to find solutions to that hazards. So when the power is transmitted, it is transmitted to towers. So we have got fall hazards while erection of towers, while working on the towers, maintaining the towers, stringing. Once the power reaches to the substation, the engineers work on the transformers where they can fall down. And when from the substation, the power is sent to our homes through poles. So the technicians climb on the poles, and that is where there may be a fall. So today we will divide the hazards into 6 areas. First, we talk about erecting towers, then hazards while lifting material, stringing of conductors, maintenance of towers, climbing on insulators, maintenance during substations, and finally working on poles. Depending upon the voltage, the height of the tower varies, starting from 20-25 meters, and it goes up to, I have seen towers as high as 60 meters in height. And these are really, really scary heights. So first, let us talk about tower erection. The most common way of erecting a tower is by lifting the tower members using a gin pole connected to the leg of the tower, and then pulling the tower member up. A safer way is to erect a tower using a crane. But the most advanced way is to use a helicrane. A helicrane or a drone. In all the 3 situations, what are we doing? We are actually assembling the tower members on the ground and then pulling them up one by one and connecting each other. This is exactly where the hazard is for the user. Let me show you how. The user, the worker, is actually standing on the poles, on the tower legs, to fasten the next member to the previous one. In this situation, if he falls down, it can be fatal, and the risk increases as the height of the tower increases. For fall protection to be 100% safe, we need 3 components. First, a harness, which is connected to a strong anchor through a connecting element. So we need a harness, an anchor, and a connecting element. So let us talk about all these 3 components one by one. First, we talk about the harness. Now, in the electrical industry, these harnesses are slightly different from the standard harness. The reason is that in case of an arc flash, there are very high temperatures. And if the webbing of the harness gets burned, and simultaneously, if there's a fall, the harness will not protect the fall. In this situation, we need an arc flash harness, which is resistant to heat, made of para-aramid webbing, stitched with Kevlar threads. And of course, when there is electricity, we have to stop conductivity. So metal buckles is a strict no-no. So in these harness, there are special buckles which are insert molded, and they are dielectric, means it will not let heavy current to pass through it. These harnesses meets and exceeds NZ Z359.11 and also the standards of ASTM F88720. Right, so we have selected our harness. Now let us talk about the anchorage. The anchorage can be a simple rope, a rope anchorage line. You see this yellow rope line? Now you connect the rope at the top of the tower member and then at the bottom. A fall arrestor then travels on the rope. It slides on the rope as the person moves up and down. But in case the worker falls, it locks. So this is how a fall arrestor protects the user from falling down. There is one more way. We can use a self-retracting lifeline. Now this is a lifeline in which the wire is wound around a drum and it can be reeled in or reeled out when the user climbs up or down. But in case of the fall, the braking arrangement in the self-retracting lifeline locks and arrests the fall. Normally, when a gin pole is used, a retractable fall arrestor or an SRL is installed at the top of the gin pole, and it protects the worker while working on the tower leg, joining two tower members. There is one more hazard. If you see, these workers are standing on the tower leg, but when the tower structure is installed, they have to also move from one leg to another, traveling in a horizontal direction. In that case, they have a harness and they have got a connecting lanyard, but they do not have an anchor. So for that, a horizontal lifeline can be used. So when we talk about a horizontal lifeline, the horizontal lifeline can be in three parts. It can be of webbing, it can be rope, or it can be a metal wire. So this is a video we have shot on a transmission line tower in which we are using a webbing lifeline. This webbing lifeline is 20 meters in length and it has got a tensioner at one end. So we connect the lifeline by slings at two ends and then we tension it with the tensioner. The rest of the webbing goes into the bag provided. Now you can connect yourself to the lanyard and walk safely. In case of a rope lanyard, it can be used for larger towers where the distance between two legs are 25 meters, up to 25 meters. And these lifelines can also be used by 4 people. The webbing lifeline can only be used by 2 people, but the nylon rope lifelines can be used by 4 people simultaneously. Again, it is provided with a tensioner and a spanner. We tension the lifeline and then put the excess rope into the bag provided. Now the user can use safely now the user can safely walk from one leg to the another. Another very compact solution of a horizontal lifeline, a temporary one, is a wire rope lifeline. This is an 8mm cable which is fitted in a casing and a drum and connected to both the tower members. Now, the handle provided helps to tension the cable. Once the cable is tensioned, the lifeline is good to be used. The worker now connects his lanyard and walks from one end of the tower to the another end of the tower safely. So we have now erected the tower safely by using a fall arrestor, a rope grab fall arrestor, by using a horizontal lifeline, and by using a tie-back lanyard. We also need to lift small material that can be lifted using pulleys. We can use multiple pulleys to create a mechanical advantage so that the effort is less. In case we want to reduce the effort, we can also use a unidirectional pulley which works only in one direction, and it reduces the load and the effort of lifting. Now, the biggest challenge for lifting any material is that if the rope slips out of the hand, the material will fall down. So protect that, an ascending handle is used. So the ascending handle only allows the load to be lifted. It does not allow the load to be released because it works only in one direction. Now, when we are erecting a tower, we need to install the insulators, which are vertical or sometimes horizontal. For that, we can use a modular aluminum ladder or a rope ladder or a webbing ladder. So let me show you a small film of how a webbing ladder is used to descend down to an insulator for maintenance job. So this is the vertical insulator, and we hang a webbing lanyard and the user is descending down. And for sure, I do not have the courage to do something like that. However, the user is completely safe. He is using a ladder and also a backup fall arrest system. If you see, there's the rope grab, which is following the user. So in case, if he falls down from, on the ladder, the backup rope grab will immediately lock. Now, alternatively, if ladder is not available, we can also use a descending kit. Now, how do we use the descending kit? First, we use a suspension harness. On the harness, we connect a descender through a rope hanging from top to bottom. Now, this descender is a special descender. It is called a double stop descender. So when you press the lever of the descender slowly, it travels on the rope and the worker also slowly descends down. But in case of panic situation, if he grips the rope, the handle, or if we release the handle, it will immediately lock. That is the reason why it is called a double stop descender. But what happens if the rope or the descender fails? In that case, as a secondary fall protection, we use a rope grab fall arrestor with a rope or a self-retracting lifeline. In case our working requires a descent as well as ascent, if we want to come back up also, then we can use an ascending descending kit with pulleys. Now, the pulleys gives a mechanical advantage and makes it very, very easy for the user to climb up or down. In case the insulator are horizontal and not vertical, then we can use the same modular ladder, but now in a horizontal orientation. And now it works as a platform. There are various applications when we need inspection of the conductor, when we have to install spacers. In all the situation, we need to travel on the conductor. The best way is to use a bicycle that moves on the conductor. The bicycle are provided with auto brakes and backup. So in fact, in case the wheels slip from the cable, the conductor, still the user is protected. And if there's a lot of inclination in the conductor, he can apply the brakes and slowly move down. So this was about the tower erection. Once the tower is ready, the user has to climb up for maintenance. If the climbing is very infrequent, then we can use a rope grab fall arrestor. The first user will climb up and tie the rope on the top and then tie the rope on the bottom. Then the rest of the workers will use the rope to climb up and down using a rope grab. If the height is not very high, we can also use a self-retracting lifeline. While working on the tower, the worker also needs to use a work positioning lanyard to position himself. In case the climbing is very, very frequent, in that situation, we can have a permanent lifeline installed on the tower. It can be a wire rope or it can be an aluminum rail lifeline. So let us see how this lifeline works. These lifelines are installed on the tower members. Remember, the tower members are angles. So we need a special bracket like this to install the lifeline on the tower member. So let us see how this works. It has got a bracket. In our case, it would be a special bracket. This is connected by the cable. The rope grab fall arrestor slides on the cable up and down, and it locks in case of a fall. Intermediate restricts the wire from heavy vibrations, and a tensioner allows a reasonable tension in the wire, in the lifeline. Now, a wire rope is flexible, but an aluminum rail is rigid. So when we are using a wire rope lifeline, we are actually traveling on the step bolt, which is not very comfortable. In that situation, we can use an aluminum rail lifeline in which there are rungs which allows the user to climb up comfortably. The trolley provides support and it makes it easy to climb. Let me show you a small film of how easy it is to climb a 25 meters tower. This is the most comfortable system to climb a tower. It is just like walking on the tower. So this is a modular system. By modular system, I mean that these are 3-meter sections and they are joined together with a junction. Let me show you how. So these are the two rails which are connected with a junction. So this happens every 3 meters. Now the rail is connected to the structure using a special bracket. And these are 3 meters intermediate rails which join together to make a ladder of the desired height. There is no limit to the height. The vertical trolley moves on the rail and it locks in case of a fall. The rungs allow you to climb smoothly up and down. There is the locking jib at the bottom to prevent the trolley from moving off the ladder. and of course, an inspection plate for inspection, annual inspections. So these were two methods of climbing the tower, one by a wire rope system and another by an aluminum rail system. Now we come to the most dangerous activity in tower erection, that is stringing of conductor. In this situation, we need to remove the come-along clamp from the conductor, and for that the user has to travel to the come-along clamp. One safest way to do that is to use a platform, as you see in the image, or use a bicycle to reach the come-along clamp. If these equipments are not available, then we can also use an ascending-descending device or an automatic descender. So we reach the come-along clamp, and then by a descender, remove the come-along clamp, and by the descender, come down. Or we can climb up using an ascending-descending kit, remove the come-along clamp, and then come down. So there are multiple situations. The K-Strong team is present in Philippines, and they can visit the sites and give their expert opinion of what kind of system works best for you in your condition for stringing. The tower part is now over. Let us go to the substations. Now the substation have got transformers which may be 5 to 6 meters in height. And for inspection, change of oil, the workers have to climb on the transformer. In this case, they can fall. To prevent falling, there are two options available. One, to have a permanent davit arm installed and fit it with a self-retracting lanyard. Now the user, when he climbs up, he connects the self-retracting lanyard to his harness, and in case of fall, his fall is arrested. If permanent installation is not possible, then we can use a mobile horizontal rail lifeline. So the mobile horizontal lifeline can be pushed towards the transformer, used, and once the use is over, it can be taken back to the store. In the substation, there are switch gears, and the technician has to climb on the switch gear for switching on and off valves. In this situation, if he falls down, there would be injury. So there is no anchor in the switchgear plant. So what do? We install a horizontal permanent lifeline on the top of the roof and then connect an SRL. Now the SRL moves on the lifeline and it is directly above the user. The user connects the SRL and starts working. In case of a fall, his fall is arrested. Right, so after the switchgear, the power goes to the homes. But to reach the power to the homes, to our electrical appliances, what do we need? We need to climb on the poles. So to climb on the poles, we can have an adjustable ladder along with a fall protection device. So the user carries the adjustable ladder, connects it to the pole, and starts climbing after he has connected with the fall arrest device. But the ladders are bulky. They are long, very difficult to carry. So what is an easier way? The easier way and the latest way is using a pole climbing gear. These are special shoes which allows the user to climb up the pole. So depending upon the poles, whether it is a wooden pole or concrete or steel poles, the right kind of climbing gear is selected. But a challenge still remains. When he's climbing, if the climbing gear fails, he falls down. So we need a secondary fall protection device. Now, On your right, this is a secondary fall protection device example. It is fitted on the pole using a sling at the bottom, and with a telescopic pole, it is pushed up. Once it is pushed up, the telescopic pole is rotated to tighten the anchor to the pole. And once this anchor is in place, we connect it with a rope lifeline. And then when the user is climbing up the pole, what does he do? He connects his fall arrestor to the rope lifeline. Now, in case this pole climbing gear fails, the anchor and the lifeline protects him from falling down. Right, so he has climbed up the pole, but while he is working, he needs positioning. The best way to position is using a work positioning lanyard, which is connected at both ends, both lateral D-rings of the harness. So now both his hands are free and he can easily work. However, for long hours, he also needs work platforms. Portable work platforms are available, which can be fitted by slings, and the work platforms can be installed, and the worker can easily stand on the platforms and work for long hours. So we have covered the entire work at height hazards in the transmission industry, right from erecting a tower, lifting of material, maintenance of tower, stringing, maintenance of insulators, climbing the towers using vertical lifelines, working on transformers using davit arms, working in switch gears using horizontal lifelines. So we have provided a solution of work at height for each of these situations. But let us now go to the next level. If the user falls and he is now hanging on his fall arrest system, how to rescue him? So let us talk about rescue as well. So for a rescue, there are 5 steps which are necessary for a successful rescue to happen. First, before work at height, we need hazard identification and risk analysis, HERA, in place. Through HERA, we are able to create a rescue plan. And the rescue plan help us to select the right rescue equipment. But having the right equipment is not the solution. The solution is the rescuer should be trained to use this equipment. And finally, he should have enough practice of using the rescue equipment so that in times of rescue, he is comfortable with the equipment and rescues easily. So when we talk about rescue, there are 2 responsibilities. One responsibility is on the victim and the another is on the rescuer. When a person falls, the webbing of the harness, it presses on the veins and it reduces the blood flow. The brain feels that it needs to go to sleep, and that is the reason why within 15 or 20 minutes, the victim gets unconscious. So he experiences jamming of veins, arteries, and muscles. The blood supply is reduced to the brain, and the heart slows down. This is called suspension trauma. So how does he avoid suspension trauma? This is done by using a suspension trauma strap. Now, this suspension trauma strap is a loop. So the moment the user falls, he opens the suspension trauma strap, makes a loop, and then stands on the loop. The moment he stands on the loop, the pressure on his webbing gets released, and the blood circulation is resumed. Okay, So the victim has taken care that suspension trauma does not step in, which means he has given a little bit more time to the rescuer to rescue him. Now there are two conditions. When there's a fall, the rescuer is conscious. And if he's conscious and near the structure, no problem. He will climb up the structure again and self-rescue. But if he is away from the structure, like this gentleman hanging, he has to be rescued by a rescuer, which is called an assisted rescue. In case he is unconscious, then it doesn't matter. Even if he is near the structure or away from the structure, he will need an assisted rescue. So, in this situation, it is always a good practice for the rescuer not to climb down to the victim and bring him down. The best way is to rescue him using a telescopic pole. In the next few slides, we will be talking about the rescue situation, which can be done by a manual descender or an automatic descender. The good advantage with Keystone Asia is that it has got a complete basket of all the kinds of rescue equipment required for different kinds of rescue. You can connect to our Keystone Asia marketing team, and they will recommend the right kind of rescue equipment required for your specific situation. So let us take an example of some of the rescue which is done in the industry. Right. So now this is a rescue in which we use a telescopic pole. We connect the telescopic pole to the hook, extend the telescopic pole, connect it to the user. Now we have connected the pulley and the ropes to the victim. Now all we have to do is to raise the victim a bit by using an ascending handle. So why do we raise the victim? Because the victim is loaded on his lanyard. And first we have to release the victim from his fall arrest lanyard. Now the victim is released from the lanyard and he is on the secondary pulley system. He can now be slowly descended down. Let us see this in a real transmission line tower situation. See, this is the victim who is hanging, and he is connected with a with the hook, with a telescopic lanyard, and now he slowly comes down. Now we must be wondering, how much time does it take to rescue? In this situation, we are using an automatic descender. First, we connect the hook of the automatic descender to the victim using a telescopic pole. Now, this device is called an automatic descender. It has got a winching wheel which will raise the victim a wee bit. Remember, we have to raise the victim slowly so that we are able to release him from his original lanyard. So the winching wheel, when we rotate, it is raising the victim slightly. This will take the slack out of the lanyard. So lanyard will become slacked and we can remove the lanyard from the original anchor point. Right, now the lanyard is almost slack. Perfect. So the lanyard is removed And now this automatic descender has got a braking capability, and it will descend the user slowly down at a speed of 0.8 meters per second. Now, this is a very versatile rescue device. It can be used for multiple evacuation. For example, if you see in the picture, the user is descending down at a speed of 0.8 meters per second, and the other end of the hook is going up. Now it can again descend another person. So if the victim does not have a harness, he can use an evacuation triangle and he can go down slowly. Now this is a beautiful device because it can evacuate 75 people from a height of 100 meters. One device can evacuate 75 people one by one. So this is an example of an evacuation from a tower. So if you see, the descent device is bringing the victim down at a speed of 0.8 meters per second. So if a victim is injured on the tower, he can be slowly descended down and rescued. This film was shot in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Right, so this is the multiple evacuation. So we have talked about the hazards. We had discussions on the solution of hazards of work at height in the transmission industry. And also we have had a fair idea how a rescue happens. So we have the equipment with us. Our rescuers are trained. Our workers are trained to use the equipment correctly. There is one last question. Does buying best PP guarantee 100% safety? The answer is most certainly yes. However, the user should be trained to use it properly. PPE is inspected prior to each use, and the PPE is periodically inspected by a competent person as required by EN 365. Now, this is a lot of paperwork. That is where K Strong decided to give in a helping hand. So K Strong created an app called Compass. Now the Compass app helps the user to inspect the PPE he is using prior to each use, and also it allows the user to perform periodic inspection through competent person. It has got a system of traffic light, green, red, and yellow. It sends emails to the user, reminding him that his inspections are due. This application is free and can be downloaded from the App Store. If you have got, it can be downloaded from an App Store if you have got an iPhone, and Play Store if you have an Android phone. So using Compass, you can easily inspect the equipment prior to each use, and also perform competent or third-party inspection. And this equipment and this software is free to use as long as you use K Strong products. Each K Strong product, when you buy, comes with a QR code. And when you scan the QR code, you will be taken to a page, a traffic light page, which will take you to the download page of the app. So as long as we use K Strong, we can use this app for our requirement of inspection, periodic maintenance, periodic inspection, and competent person inspection. We can also scan this QR code and download the app. So we have discussed fall protection, we have talked about rescue, and we have talked about maintenance of the fall protection equipment. With this, I'm Mohammed signing off. I would be very happy to answer any question you have.
We're delighted to learn from you, Mr. Muhammad. Working at height remains one of the biggest causes of occupational fatalities and major injuries. That's why this topic is really helpful for us, especially to our electrical practitioners. Now let's move on to our question and answer portion. Mr. Muhammad will respond to your questions when you leave any in our Zoom chat box. So for our first question, in your stringing works, how long is the duration of horizontal ladder installment in order to remove the come-along string clamp?
It is normally 25 to 30 minutes. Jean, can I request you to unmute my colleague Kate so that she can help me in answering a few questions?
Sure.
So Kate is a wonderful marketing executive, and she has got a vast knowledge of fall protection equipment. So she is the single point contact for everybody in Philippines. If they have got any doubts, she is the one to resolve them. Welcome, Kate.
Another question. Welcome po, Miss Kate. Another question, any warranty for this kind of PPE?
I'll answer that question in behalf of Muhammad. So for fall protection, usually manufacturers warranties only 1 year. And it covers the factory defects. But for K-Strong, we're the only manufacturers who provides 2-year warranty. So you can find it in our website. And if you would need some documents, we can share it with you.
A small piece of advice. The fall protection equipment are actually life-saving devices. So in case of use, it has to be inspected prior to use, and also according to EN 365, it needs to be inspected by a competent person once annually. This will ensure that the equipment will perform when put to use.
Another question, are the carabiner you use aftermarket?
Okay, I'll answer the question. If Engineer Roderick Francisco is referring, is it an aftermarket or is it a new or an OEM? No, K-Strong manufactures our products and our carabiner. We are the largest manufacturer of fall protection in the whole world. So we manufacture it from the raw materials itself up to the molding. So all of our products are made by our mother company, the factory, PN International, which Mr. Muhammad is the technical director. So if you are to ask us, no, we don't do aftermarket. We manufacture our own carabiners from the raw materials, from scratch.
Another question, is the PPE software for sale, and can we modify this in our checklist?
The PPE software, as long as we use for K-Strong product, it is free. There is no price to it. Yes, it can be modified for other products as well. For that, we need to connect to Kate. Kate, could you please put in your email ID into the chat so the engineers can connect directly to you for the requirements of customization?
Yes, to answer also the question, the app can be downloaded as long as you use the Keystone products, you can scan it with QR code and register it as an asset because these products are very valuable. However, what's good about this is that you get an asset tracking and it's exportable to Excel. If you are a larger company with many stakeholders, we can create a group wherein you can monitor your asset, your Keystone assets, such as the harnesses, the lanyards, the horizontal lifeline, and others.
Another question, who annually inspects or certifies your equipment?
Okay, so EN 365 gives the authority to inspect the products to the manufacturer or a person trained by the manufacturer. In this situation, the equipment can be inspected by the K-Strong team or the competent person trained by the K-Strong team of the customer.
Question from our participant. How long can a worker be allowed to be hanged before rescue?
Normally, globally, it is 15 minutes to 20 minutes. After that, the worker will go into suspension trauma. So it is always a very, very good idea to provide suspension trauma straps in all the harness and train the user to use suspension trauma in case there's a fall.
Another question. Is suspension trauma strap a special kind of full body harness? If not, what is the difference?
Okay. Suspension trauma is actually an accessory. It is an accessory which can be connected to any full body harness. Right. And suspension trauma is used to make a loop on which the user can stand to release the suspension trauma. So it is not a type of harness and it is not certified to EN 361. It is only an accessories to release the suspension trauma.
Another question. Is there any support training after buying the fall protection and rescue equipment?
Kate, would you like to answer that?
Yes, when you buy any fall protection, it is required that the user should be trained. So as part of our program, not just buying, we also train you prior. So usually we conduct a full basic working at heights so that the users itself are educated and they would know how to use the equipment prior for you buying. And then after buying, we provide a sales, an after sales training as well.
Another question. Do you have video reference on how to install the aluminum ladder? And does it require special procedure to make sure that the installation is safe prior to use?
Yes, we have. So can I just connect my screen? Can I share my screen, please?
Sure, Mr. Muhammad.
So in interest of time, I had shortened that film, but I can show you now. Okay, so we have it here. Correct. So here we are, playback. Okay. Right. Yeah. So these are the aluminum rails. And to the rails, we install junctions and rungs. And now we connect both these rails with junction. And you can make an aluminum ladder as big as you want. Now it is connected to brackets. Now these brackets are special. For different application, we have different types of bracket. So for the transmission line industry, we have got a special bracket. So after this film, I'll show you the bracket. So once this rail is installed, we connect the trolley which travels over the rail and follows the user. In case of the fall, it immediately locks, and it also provides shock absorption. Yeah, so I hope this is clear.
Sir, another Miss Kit, do you have something
Yes,
to say?
just to follow through on what Muhammad presented, we have our certified installer First Power. If you'd like to learn more about these lifelines and these vertical lifelines or horizontal lifelines installation. So we can contact them. You can email me and I can connect you to First Power for because we do not allow any untrained or uncertified installer to just install this, because this covers a warranty, and it is required not only by the regulations, the regulations that we have by EN and also by the manufacturer.
We have here last 3 questions. Aside from equipment warranty, is the company gives guarantee in case of fatalities caused by faulty equipment?
The K-Strong and the PN International Group of Company has got a product liability insurance that covers the expenses involved in fatality. So yes, we provide with our products a product liability insurance.
I think Jean, to follow through, I think this is where the Compass app is very efficient, because it is required by the regulations, and even OSHA would require all users and all users of fall protection product to ensure and inspect and maintain those equipment. So in the event that there is a fault, a miss in the inspection, this would help eliminate those kinds of errors already. So the Compass app is a tool to help. It's a collaborative tool to help safety people, safety managers, and even the user themselves to ensure that they are inspecting and maintaining their fall protection equipment accordingly.
This is a wonderful thought, Kate, because the world is now moving to fall prevention, from fall protection. Why should we protect the fall? We should prevent it. And that is where Compass helps. If our equipment is in good condition, accidents will never happen. And that is where Compass helps.
Thank you, Mr. Rizal. Next question, what are the standards we use for working at heights?
Okay, so we in the Southeast Asia, European standards are more prominent. So all the components of fall protection produced by K-Strong are certified to the European standards. For example, harness to EN 361, SRL 360, work positioning 358, lanyards 354 and 355, fall arresters 353, anchors 795, descending devices 341. So all the products which our customers buy from us, they are certified to the European standards. In case some companies want American standards, we are following the NZZ359 code, NZZ359.0 to 359.18. In short, every product of fall protection is certified to international standard. Otherwise, it is not shipped from the company.
Next question, when should we install the vertical tower lifeline?
Kate, would you like to answer this one?
Usually it is best to do when you are to do a design, it is best to incorporate what we call the safety design on the planning stage itself before you erect any vertical structures. So this is very recommended. In fact, in Singapore, they already have this what they call guide that when they do any construction or erection, safety design should be incorporated prior. So instead of having a tower and then installing the lifeline, it's best to install the lifeline together with the towers. And then I also like to answer this question, like under warranty period, can the company replace the PPE regardless of its use? We can, usually what we do, our practice is that you submit a report or a quality report assessment, and then we will do assessment if it's not because of a fall or is it a user error. We usually considered and replace it. If we know that it is a manufacturing defect, we would replace it. I think the issue on warranties is not whether you will replace, but is it when or how fast can you mitigate the issue. So for Case Strong, I would say that we're pretty much efficient on addressing any issues on concern in terms of product quality.
Another question po from our participant. I'm interested on that aluminum rail. May we know its capacity and how much it costs?
Capacity, I leave it to Muhammad. Costing, we can discuss because it would vary.
Right. So the aluminum rail is certified to EN 353-1 and it has been tested for 4 users. So the capacity of an aluminum rail system is that when a person falls, the forces are restricted to less than 6 kilonewton on the user. That is one. Second, the weight of the person is between 40 kilograms to 138 kg. So a person weighing 40 kg to 138 kg can use this aluminum rail system safely.
Okay, another question. May we know what is the minimum height when using a full body harness?
Very, very interesting question. Actually, the height does not play a role in safety. It is the distance a user travels before stopping. So even if you are working at a height of 300 meters, the harness will function the same as 300 meters or at 10 meters. So what we have to take care is the length of a lanyard should not be more than 2 meters because the travel distance of a user should not be greater than 4 meters. If it is more than 4 meters, the forces on his body would be very high. So the height does not play a role.
Thank you once again. Do we still have other questions coming from our delegates?
John, sorry, Muhammad, just to follow through, they can always go to our website because, Muhammad, we have the harness sizing chart under EN. Yes.
Yes. Jean, I have got a request. There are so many questions coming in. Can you just send us these questions so that Kate can answer all of them? If we don't have time to answer all of them.
Sure. Can we just ask for your email address so that our participants can send their messages or
Kate,
emails?
can you just type your email address again, please?
So for our participants, you may send your question in the email that will be sent in the chat box. So I think that's all for our question and answer portion.
I have got one very good information for all the participants. In the Compass app, this app is for inspection. Recently, we also have added thermography inspection, which you can perform thermography inspection using your mobile phone. So if participants are interested, they can send a mail to Kate and she will send all the details.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Jean.
for answering all of the participants' question, Mr. Muhammad, and also to Miss Kate Espinelli. That really helped us understand more of this specific topic. And to express our sincere regards, here is a certificate of appreciation. Let me read the content.
Oh, thank you.
Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited CPD, provider number OEE-2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Mr. Za Muhammad in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of his invaluable contribution as the technical presenter on the topic Managing Working on Heights with Electrical Hazards during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022 with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 9th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Esperanza E. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. And please give us your most amazing smile in 3, 2, 1. Once again, Mr. Za Muhammad, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean. Thank you, all the participants. Appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you, sir. And for everyone's information, the presentation materials of our resource speakers will be posted in IIEE website after the convention. That's for everyone's reference. And before we proceed, here is a presentation from one of our dearest sponsors, Manila Electric Company.
How can we ensure good lives for all, now and in the future? We have the power to bring good to the country. We have the power to make it brighter. From small communities to big cities, by providing energy for all, always. Energy that's reliable and renewable. Power that protects Mother Earth. Power that takes us places, keeping them cleaner and greener. From the centers of our operations to the edges of our network as we serve our customers. We have the power to conserve our resources.
Thanks, Anna. You brought my going.
To protect and preserve our planet. Our one and only home. And to ensure our health without harm. We have the power to care for our people. While safeguarding their well-being, we empower them to deliver excellent customer service, to improve lives towards a brighter tomorrow.
Your new home is now connected.
Thank you.
We can help bring forth prosperity and a brighter future for all. Together, we can light the path, empower the good life today, and for our children's tomorrow. Meralco.
Before we proceed, here is the 10 rules of electrical safety. Ayan, so pwede ba natin kamustahin ang ating participants here sa Zoom? Okay pa po ba tayong lahat? Or inaantok na? So kung inaantok po tayo, pwede po tayong mag-drink muna ng coffee para hindi po tayo antok. Ayan, so while waiting, ayun, very well and good naman daw po yung ating participants. So, ayan, coffee break daw po muna. Coffee break po muna tayo para tayo yung magising para sa ating next na resource speaker. I-ready natin ang ating mga sarili. Ayan, may pakape raw po ba ang IIEE? Paraffol naman ang kape. Okay, so now let's proceed. Once again, thank you very much, Manila Electric Company. And to express our regards, we humbly present to you a certificate of appreciation. Let me read the content. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited CPD, provider number OEE-2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Manila Electric Company in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as sponsor during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. With the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing. Given this 9th day of November 2022, signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, the 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. And now let's call on Mr. Emmanuel John B. Aliada to please virtually accept this certificate. Good afternoon, Engineer Aliada.
To IIEE, and especially to Electrical Safety Committee led by Engineer Antonio Abuel for this very successful event. And thank you for having Meralco as one of your partners in this day. And then invite na lang namin kayo to attend our sponsored technical presentation on Saturday sa exhibit area here at SMX Convention Center. Thank you.
Once again, Thank you very much, Engineer Aliada. And we will be taking pictures, so look at the camera and smile in 3, 2, 1. Once again, our very valuable sponsor, Manila Electric Company. Thank you very much. Proceeding with our program. In line with the IIEE Memorandum Order number 009/2022 and 010/2022, which supports the Presidential Proclamation number 193, series of 2011, declaring the month of May of every year as the Electrical Safety Month, the IIEE's Electrical Safety Committee launched the 2022 Best Chapter in the Electrical Safety Advocacy Contest. We would like to take this opportunity to inform you that the committee plans to conduct the same contest for the year 2023. As part of the contest guidelines, the winning chapter shall install or utilize the prize for their selected beneficiary or charitable institution. For this year, the prize was sponsored by Phelps Dodge Philippines Energy Products Corporation, 8 boxes of THHN/CHWN flame retardant wire. And to share the wire installation report, let me call on the 2022 Secretary of the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee, Engineer Annalyn C. Fernandez. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. While waiting for for Engineer Annalyn C. Fernandez, once again, we want to ask if everyone is still okay sa ating Zoom conference, sa ating Zoom meeting. Okay pa po ba ang lahat? Good afternoon po, engineers. Yan, okay pa daw sila. So, we hope na marami po tayong natututunan sa ating mga resource speakers from morning session up until now. And once again, for your reference, ang mga presentation materials po ay ipopost sa IIEE website once the conference is done for everyone's reference. Ayun, so batiin naman natin yung mga engineers natin from different parts of the Philippines. So you may drop po yung inyong location para naman malaman natin kung sino yung present from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and from other foreign region. We have from Pangasinan, wow. And Tarlac. We also have from Bulacan of Luzon. And Laguna, Manila City, Capiz. We also have from Canada. Wow, welcome po and good day po sa inyo. From Quezon Province, we also have from Papua New Guinea. Wow, welcome po sa ating international conference. From Bukidnon, we also have Digos City, Davao del Sur. Mabuhay ang Buseco from Mr. Christian Murillo. And from Western Batangas, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Manaplan Negros Occidental. And shout out daw kay Engineer Bernie Kailao of Aprimac Banjo Thermal Power Plant. Mabuhay Quezon City. We have from Pangasinan, National Electrification Administration. Thank you po for attending. We also have from Surigao del Norte, EE Silaman Alumni 96, Dumaguete. Wow, hello po, welcome po sa ating lahat. And we hope na you're enjoying all of our topics. Shout out to Catanduanes chapter, Marinduque chapter. So we also have the chapters here, IIEE chapters here. Oriental Mindoro, Albay Province, and shout out to Engineer Kim Talion from Noneco. Alaminos City, Pangasinan, and Kaway-Kaway daw yung from Davao City. Davao chapter. Ayan, I guess Engineer Annalyn Fernandez is here. Now, once again, to share the wire installation report, let me call on the 2022 Secretary of the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee, Engineer Annalyn C. Fernandez. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Good afternoon. Just want to share my screen. Okay po ba yung sounds?
Yes po, Engineer.
Yes. Energized afternoon to everyone. As your Electoral Safety Committee, we would like to ensure that safety is not by mere education, but by sustainable and localized exemplification. And in line with the IIEE Memorandum Number 009/2022 and number 010/2022, which supports the Presidential Proclamation number 193, series of 2011, declaring the month of May of which year as the Electrical Safety Month. We have launched the Best Chapter in Electrical Safety Advocacy Contest to implore our chapters in ensuring that knowledge on electrical safety reach even the farthest barrio. So, contest po ito all over a nationwide, including foreign chapters. So we are grateful in all of the chapters' significant participation for this contest, regardless of distance or limitations. So let's give them a big hand sa lahat ng nag-participate sa Electrical Safety Contest. And in line with the overwhelming positive results, we would like to inform everyone that in the committee or Electrical Safety Committee plans to conduct the same contest for the year 2023. Kaya mag-prepare na po yung mga bawat chapter then. To expand opportunities to all chapters towards electrical safety education. This year's Best Chapter in Electrical Safety Advocacy held from our MMR or Metro Manila Region, Metro West Chapter, congratulations, headed by their vigorous chapter president, Engineer Jan Regis Trosio. They were awarded at our Central Luzon Regional Conference last June 25, 2022, received by their regional governor, Metro Manila Regional Governor Jan Borrega. As part of the contest guidelines, so yan, ito po yung picture ng awarding ng certificate and the prize, 8 boxes ng Phelps Dutch Wire. So as part of the contest, the winning chapter shall install or utilize the allotted prize for their selected beneficiary or charitable institution. For this year, the prize given to our winning chapter are 8 boxes of THHN, THWN flame retardant wire, sponsored by Phelps Dutch Philippines Energy Product Corporation. So we would like to thank Phelps Dutch for their unwavering commitment to support the committee's program. So hopefully next year, mas marami pa pong mga sponsor ang magpa-participate para mas maraming prize, mas maraming prizes. Yan, at mas maraming matutulungan ng mga charitable institution. Our best chapter for 2022, which is yung Metro West chapter, utilize the prize for their Brigada Eskwela operations or the Oplan Dagita project to the beneficiary public school, our Papa Memorial High School and Ususan, Taguig City. The Metro West engineers powered up 96 computers. So yan, ito po yung sinend po nilang report. 96 computers by installing the wires with the main distribution panel, rough in 48 two-gang outlets. And this is to ensure that our learners can use the resource computers safely and orderly. So ito po yung mga pictures po nila nung nag-install po sila turnover ng mga prices na 8 boxes of wires. Yun. So, for the pictures during their installation. So we appreciate the efforts of the winning chapter, Metro West, and all the chapters completing or non-competing, ensuring that electrical safety information and practice is shared with the masses. Together, as one IIEE, we can energize safely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Fernandez. I bet that our electrical practitioners will be more active in promoting the electrical safety campaign. And now, we are down to our last topic. Giving his talk about his field of expertise, Mr. Guillermo Pacheco is the Global Footwear Product Manager of Delta Plus since June 2022. His work involves managing from concept to design, sample production, testing, commercialization, and product end of life of all Delta Plus shoes globally. He helps all markets deliver the operating plan to achieve growth objectives. Prior to this position, he was the European Market Manager of Footwear for Delta Plus since July 2020. Prior to joining Delta Plus, he used to work as a consultant with Segula for analyzing and market development for its energy sector. He also used to work with Petzl as the Global Marketing and Communications Manager, where he was in charge of the overall marketing strategy of Petzl. Mr. Guillermo graduated from Montpellier Business School with a bachelor's degree in International Business Administration and from La Trobe University with an International Bachelor's Honors in Commerce and Business Administration. Once again, Mr. Guillermo Pacheco, Delta Plus Product Manager on Footwear Protection. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. And we have here presenting the Electrical Safety Training Manual and Inspection Checklist of the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee 2022. So we have here one checklist and one workbook. Electrical Safety Checklist, Inspection and Audit Checklist of 2022 edition, and Electrical Safety Training Participant Workbook, also 2022 edition. So while waiting for Engineer Mr. Pacheco, you can browse these workbooks or checklists from or checklist of IIEE Electrical Safety Committee 2022. While waiting for our next resource speaker, once again, gusto ulit namin kamustahin ang ating participants. And we hope na very informative ang naging report ni Engineer Annalyn Fernandez. Ayan, IIEE, nag-a-ask po ng raffle ang ating participant. Okay na din naman po kami. And we hope na you're enjoying po the conference. Ayan, shout out daw to SMYPC, Electrical Engineers. So we have here Engineer Choi Izagire.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Engineer.
Seeking approval from the body to make an advertisement. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess it may be worthwhile to share this with everyone here, because this is very much related to our topic today, and of course to obviously to everyone's interest, given the number of attendees that we have here. So it's really a very productive day. Thank you very much for everyone's cooperation. We have been we over forecasted, okay, or we exceeded our forecast. We needed to secure another Zoom room kasi sumusobra na tayo with our capacity for today. So it's a good problem to solve, but nevertheless, I apologize to everyone for having some hassle along the way, but also thank you for our technical staff for being able to at least quickly find a solution for our issue in the day. My personal apologies to everyone as the vice chairman for this committee. Now, I'd like to take this time to inform everyone about this, something to look forward to from the organization. These two documents that was mentioned earlier by Jean. Okay, so you have here the electrical safety training and the electrical safety checklist. So it's really overwhelming, the feedback that we are receiving earlier prior to today's conference, and also with today. So we really can measure the consciousness, the increased consciousness and awareness of our practitioners with regards to electrical safety. And so your IIEE has took as an initiative to introduce or to come out with these two documents, two manuscripts, right? To should we say standardize, okay, or to put a certain discipline with regards to electrical safety, because in the past years we have been bombarded, we have been receiving a lot of or attending even a lot of seminars with regards to electrical safety, but you know, there's a lot of principles, theories that we receive through these seminars, but there is really not much of an organized or structured approach with regards to addressing electrical safety. And that's our goal with introducing these two manuscripts to our practice, okay, should I say. So give me, please pardon me, I'm inserting this in our program today. Just give me a few minutes to discuss or present this to you. Okay, so right. So this is the team, okay, that have drafted. Of course, the whole Electrical Safety Committee of IIEE is behind these efforts. but those who have directly made the authoring. Okay. On these two manuscripts are these people in front of you. Of course, we have our chairman, Jun Abuel, myself, and then some colleagues within the practice and the university. So, for the information of everyone, I'm also involved in the university as one of the faculty member of the EE department ng University of Santo Tomas. Okay. Now, this is not only an initiative or an effort coming from IIEE. Okay. This is also being promoted or pushed by DOLE, the government itself, via its OSHC office, or the Organizational Safety and Health Center, okay, which is a connected agency by the government under the Department of Labor. So we have entered into a partnership between our two organizations, where we will be, as IIEE, will be tasked to develop this training, okay? And then the DOLE or its AC will be helping us, okay, to through their networks within the country of expanding, okay, or promoting these two manuscripts, implementation of these two manuscripts in the Philippines, okay? And these are some of the enablers, okay, for us taking this effort, RA 719-20, which we are all very familiar to, okay, particularly the Section 34, the preparation of plans and designs, as well as the field of practice for the respective electrical practitioners, including our duties as supervisors and the personal requirement. The other thing, the other guideline, regulation, or law, however you call it, is the DOLE Rule 1210, particularly the chapter on electrical safety, which calls on specifically 1211, the adoption of the Philippine Electrical Code. Okay, on day one, on last Monday, we have discussed extensively the three Philippine Electrical Codes that are or at least two Philippine Electrical Codes that we are observing here in the Philippines. PEC 1 is more of the design, while PEC 2 is on the more for the utilities, okay, or the supply of energy to the load centers. The other thing is the 12.02 or the general provisions. Okay, this is installing electrical wirings, devices, okay, without having approved plans, okay, approved by the secretary or his authorized representatives. And then no connection, no service connections will be provided to these centers without the approval of the proper approving authorities. Okay, and then these other provisions within the DOLE. But more importantly, other than these two guidelines or laws or codes, okay, is the direct effect, okay, to us as workers or practitioners, okay, because again, it's these are laws, it can be penalized, but ang mas importante dyan is protecting the lives or protecting the people who are exposed into these risks and hazards. And according to this recent data locally here in the Philippines, you would see there that the largest percentage of occupational incidents comes from electrocution. Okay, or a large part of this accidents or incidents. Okay, followed of course by being struck by an object, and then makikita nyo dyan fall, which we also just the prior speaker discussed, and then being pressed between two objects. But again, electrical or electrocution is the largest, okay, incident so far here in the Philippines. Okay, so nandiyan na nga electrical shock, arc flash, and fall, which we have been discussing all throughout the day. Okay, So this is what you can expect on the electrical safety manual. Okay. You have there, of course, some discussions on 7920, the dollar rule. We're gonna be introducing some basics on electricity because our assumption dito is that and this is a fact as well, that not all safety practitioners really have a good background on electrical or electricity. Okay. They're not really a graduate of electrical engineering or some electrical related courses. So we opted to include this in the manual. As a matter of fact, okay, we have been doing or trying doing some runs of this training manual with our Philippine National Police. We have already done a couple of sessions with them, and so far we have received good reception from this agency. Okay, and they're really interested. They're very much interested. You can see it from their engagement, despite the fact na hindi nga sila gaya natin na really direct electrical practitioners. Okay, then we will be introducing risks and hazards. Of course, as we have said earlier, you have there the electrocution, arc flash and arc blast, electrical fires, related or trips and falls as caused by electrical incidents, as mentioned by Chairman June this morning, nakuryente, okay, or naka-experience ng arc blast, makabitin siya, napabitaw, and nalaglag. So the electrocution or the electric shock is not that fatal. However, since nalaglag siya, yun yung naging cause of injury or even death nung tao. Okay? So, and then of course, the establishing an electrical safety program. This is where, ito yung, this is, I'd say, gonna establish, okay, and establish the principles that you would be following in your organization on how to address electrical safety incidents. Okay, establishing principle, how you would control it, and then the processes or the procedures on how to approach, okay, these issues. And then the electrical incidents, okay, starting, of course, we start with the design, okay, the design of the workplace. Doon pa lang, we're already trying to identify risks and hazards and address it on the design pa lang. So we're taking the proactive approach. We don't involve ourselves na tayo na yung facility and then doon pa lang tayo mag-a-adjust to come out with controls and procedures. So as early as designing the facility, we get ourselves involved already. Okay, and then the importance of grounding. We're gonna be discussing that at the start of today. We kind of had a taste of grounding. Okay, yung EPZ grounding discussed by our colleague from Honeywell, and then safe work practices. Okay, working on energized equipments, lockouts and tagaouts, which sadly is not really that widely used or practiced yet in the Philippines. Even on portable electrical tools, we'll try to touch on it. What PPEs can you wear? Of course, again, PPE to us it's a reactive measure, which we really stress that sa design pa lang. Okay, we already addressed the issues on electrical safety, and this also the permitting, certifications, and the electrical approach boundary as yung sa mga arc flash nga. And then some provisions from the codes and standards, PEC, building code, fire code, and the OSH standard. Si Director Cucueco, Tess Cucueco also mentioned about the 10 golden rules of electrical safety. We are also actively promoting that. Okay, as a matter of fact, in my electrical safety course in the university, I try to discuss one golden rule every session namin. Okay, this is really to educate pa sila lumabas, okay, in practice, they're already exposed, or at least have some level of understanding of electrical safety. Okay, so ito, these are the objectives of the training. Okay, definitely number one dyan is upskilling, okay, or educating our practitioners, okay, on electrical safety, making them realize, okay, that some of the practices are really hazardous or risky, and therefore we should stop or try to address them. Okay, and then obviously the end result for the day is being able to minimize that 27%, okay, of incidents due to electrical risks and hazards. Okay, so that's our main objective, all of us here. And of course the second document, okay, ito yung so we got you trained. Okay, so the training, by the way, we'll try to make it across the country through the various chapters of IIEE, and of course also via the help, as I mentioned, via the help of our friends in OSHC, DOLE. Okay, they have their own they have their regional offices. Okay, so we will be coordinating or cooperating with them. So that's the training. We'll start with educating our practitioners, the Philippine market, and then afterwards we will also be providing this checklist. You can look at this as your guide, okay, as your guide in observing, okay, or in your practice, designing yan yung mga electrical installations ninyo. Okay, so this is an overview of the checklist. Okay, and you will probably be noticing na medyo there is some similarity with PEC Part 1, because one of the main reference of this checklist is PEC 1. Okay, so yan. So it's a 10 chapter audit checklists. Okay, and we have prepared about 33 checklists there, using, of course, NFPA 70E. Okay, yan yung in the US, that's the standard for electrical safety. Okay, and I'd say na related into our PEC 1, because the PEC 1, as we all very well know, is referenced into IEC. The NEC. Okay, which is in reality also coded as NFPA 70. So ito yung mga kumbaga pinsan nung code na yon. So you have the NFPA 70B, and then the NFPA 70E is the standard for electrical safety in the workplace. Okay, and the fire code is also referenced on the checklist, as well as the PEC Part 1 2017 edition. Okay, so yan yun. So say how to use it. Kung makikita nyo, if you need some details or clarification on that line on the checklist, this is where you can go. Okay, nakalagay naman yan in the succeeding checklist. So here are samples of the pages. So you would see here na katulad nito in chapter 1, okay, ito yung parang preliminaries, yung mga permitting, certification, that's what you will be asked dito. And ito yung sabi kong referencing naman, okay, with all these pertinent codes and standards. Followed, of course, by chapter 2, which again still is documentation and permitting, like the CFEIs, certificate of electrical inspection, yung tipong ganyan. And then comes now the practice on wiring methods, devices, and as I have mentioned, it is very much referenced into PEC. Okay, and then chapter 4, services, underground. Okay, and chapter 5, service grounding and bonding. Okay, as well as on chapter 6, general lighting, motors, surge arresters. Yan. Okay, so here on chapter 9, you see there, pumasok naman na yung fire code for the sprinklers, smoke alarm systems, okay, fire extinguishers, and so on and so forth. Okay, so yan. And then of course, we really widely promote the 10 golden rules of electrical safety. We even prepared this poster. Okay, I will have to refer to our chairman, okay, Jun Abuel, if we are able to say if you need a poster posted in your workplaces for these 10 golden rules, we may be able to share with you a copy para kayo na mag-print and then have it posted in your workplaces. Okay, so you see there, treating all electrical systems as energized. So I remember a question earlier. I think it's something about dun yata sa arc flash or arc blast, the second speaker. Okay, yeah, we have to energize the system, okay, but to make sure, okay, na it's safe, ang first ano dyan is to treat na yung system na yon is still energized until you really have provided protective equipment like the lockouts and tagouts, the grounding, okay, and so on and so forth. Okay, ensuring the electrical systems are properly guarded and the equipment is appropriately grounded. There is pertinent provision on our PEC with regards to this, installing protective devices for number 3, and that are, hindi lang basta nakapagkabit, that are properly rated and coordinated. Kasi like on one installation that we're trying to correct now, lagi daw nagtitrip yung breaker. So the people that they called in, I don't even know that if they are really authorized practitioners. Ang ginawa lang nila is to increase the breakers. So from 60 amps, ginawa lang nilang 100 amperes. So without the proper analysis of the system. Okay, so we're trying to address that. Complying with all, number 4, complying with all applicable industry technical standards in the design and installation of electrical systems. So, of course, as a basic, and first reference natin in the Philippines is the PEC, but that does not limit you in also referencing with other standards. So marami yan, and I think 2 days in this series of webinars by IIE, there were discussions with regards to this. You've got there the UL, you've got the ANC, ASTM, and so all of those other standards that would help you improve the quality of your installation. Okay, and then number 5 is very important. Consulting and engaging, okay, the services of licensed electrical practitioners. So tulad nga nung sinasabi ko kanina sa example sa number 3, okay, nagsabi lang na, oh, alam ko yan, but it's not enough because they lack that skill or capability or the knowledge, okay, in analyzing the system. Yeah, it's 220. It looks simple, but it's in reality there's some analysis that has to be conducted on the installation. Okay, ensuring that electrical equipments are labeled, including the diagrams and safety signages. Okay, PEC calls for this as well. Also with the recent or the latest edition, whereby it added the requirement on art flash that you also have to be labeling or putting the appropriate signages on your equipment, as well as that boundary within the equipment. Number 7, periodically monitoring electrical loading within the rated capacity. So guided with the as-built plan. Okay, so ayan, so we should be monitoring this, the loading, okay, as part of our maintenance, which is also connected to number 8, the regular inspection and maintenance of electrical systems and equipment. Okay, kasama na dyan yung temperature monitoring, okay, the loose connections, and so on and so forth. Appropriate PPEs. So tayo kasi with our practice, I'd say na we medyo specialized, or we have specialized requirements with regards to PPEs. Okay, we can't be just simply using the same PPEs as the rest of the people within the organization. What makes us different is our requirement on electrical rated PPEs. Like on the hard hat, diba? May electrical rating tayo dyan. In the shoes, okay, in the safety shoes that we wear, that has to be, it also has to have an electrical rating. And luckily, we have our last technical speaker for today will be sharing with us, kasi may bagong standard on this, the EN standards. He'll be introducing to us this new requirement. So please hang on for our last speaker. Okay, and on the art flash and art class, as discussed by Dr. Raj early this morning before lunch. So this exhibits, okay, this explains why we should have a specialized PPEs, as well as extra care, okay, in protecting the issued PPEs to us. Kasi nga we can't afford to have all these contaminations on all our PPEs, otherwise it's gonna violate or it's gonna contaminate yung mga equipment natin, and it's gonna reduce, okay, yung effectivity, say the dielectric strength nung hard hat mo bababa, okay, the protection capacity of your art flash suit bababa, okay, so hindi na rin siya effectively safe with regards to your intended application. Okay, and then lastly, number 10, providing a disconnecting means for local and manual isolation of electrical equipment during emergencies. This is also, for those of you who are very familiar with the PEC, this is also provided by the PEC, and there's a great extent of details how you would be doing this number 10 golden rules. Okay, so these are the two documents that you can look up to from your electrical safety committee. Okay, we will be releasing this soon. Okay, it's coming with on its final review process. It's already actually drafted. It just have to be reviewed now by the appropriate persons within the organization, and expect that this will be launched soon by IIEA. So with this, thank you very much for the time. Okay, I know singit lang ako. I took some minutes of your time, but we thought of this is very important for you to know or to learn and expect something from your organization. So I turn back to you again, to Jean, for thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Engineer Choi Izaguirre. And for everyone's information, the 47th Annual National Convention happening this week, November 7 to 12, is now on its third day. And so far, all of the events activities are successful, and surely the Electrical Safety International Conference will also be counted as one. And while waiting for our next guest speaker, we would like to thank our dear sponsors once again, Ansel Limited and Manila Electric Company. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, so while waiting, if you have things na gustong i-share po sa ating congregation, pwede nating ilagay sa ating chat box. But for now, here is the 10 golden rules.
Electricity powers up our daily lives. It is a main driver of progress and growth in our country's industries and economy. But it also comes with inherent hazards: damaged tools, appliance, machine and equipment, overloaded circuits, use of incorrect voltage rating, damaged insulation or exposed energized parts, loose electrical connections, use of inappropriate equipment or devices on wet and hazardous conditions, and work with energized facilities. If not properly addressed, these can lead to risks of electrical shock, burns, fires, injuries, and fatality. To address all of these electrical hazards and risks, the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee, together with Meralco, developed the 10 golden rules of electrical safety using the hierarchy of hazard controls methodology. These rules promote electrical safety awareness and provide guidance for safety officers, licensed electrical practitioners, and the public. It can be applied to any segment of the power industry supply chain to ensure safe practices in the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of electrical installations. Here are the 10 golden rules of electrical safety. Golden rule number 1. Comply with all applicable industry technical standards in the design, installation, and operation of electrical systems. Golden rule number 2. Treat all electrical systems as energized. If there is work to be done on any part of the electrical system, isolate it from the power source and install appropriate tag. Golden rule number 3. Ensure that electrical equipment are properly guarded and appropriately grounded. Golden rule number 4. Install protective devices that are properly rated, set, and coordinated to automatically isolate faulted parts of the system. Golden rule number 5. Consult and engage the services of PRC licensed electrical practitioners, PEE, REE, RME. Golden rule number 6. Ensure that all electrical equipment are correctly labeled. Conductors are properly color-coded, electrical diagrams are always available, and safety signages are highly visible. Golden rule number 7. Regularly monitor loading of electrical system components to ensure they are within the rated capacities. Upgrade immediately if necessary. Golden rule number 8. Periodically inspect and maintain electrical system and equipment. Golden rule number 9. Wear appropriate PPE and use proper tools when conducting electrical works. Golden rule number 10. Provide a disconnecting means for local and manual isolation of electrical equipment during emergencies. The 10 golden rules of electrical safety. Let us all be ambassadors of electrical safety.
So right now, we are still waiting for our resource speaker. So we are asking for your patience. Ayun, medyo maaga po kasi tayong natapos. Yung mga nakaraan po nating, ay yung mga nagdaan po nating resource speakers is maaga po doon sa target dapat nilang time. So, yun. Konting patience po para sa ating next guest speaker. Ayan, kape-kape po ulit tayo. Site registration. Para po ba ito sa plenaries? Itong site registration po. Ayun. Bale, ang pagkakaalam po kasi namin is 8 a.m. po magsa-start. So, ayan, for our questions po, our committee will answer sa abot ng aming makakaya. While waiting, once again, we would like to thank our dear sponsors, Ansel Limited and Meralco. Manila Electric Company. Thank you very much. How about our participants? Okay pa po ba tayo? Nakapagkape na po ba ang bawat isa? Once again, we are down to our last two topics. Very okay. Oh, we are happy po na okay pa po ang lahat. So again po sa mga questions, we'll do our best to answer your questions po. Or our committee, our staff will answer it via chat. Ayan, okay na po si Engineer Feria. Pabati naman po, pagbati po sa Angeles Electric Corporation delegates. Magandang hapon po sa bawat isa. Ayan, nakalagay na po dito sa ating chat box. Once again, for everyone's information, ang presentation materials po ay ipopost sa IIEE website after the convention. And yung registration po will serve as your attendance for today. And for more concerns, please or kindly contact or visit the website. The websites given in the chat box. Ayan, still energized. Yes po, pwede po tayong mag-coffee break while waiting. From Bagumbayan, Sultan Kudarat. Magandang hapon po sa bawat isa. Shout out po sa mga engineers ng Century Properties na present here. Babati po. Mr. Ray Bonto. Ayan pa, shoutout daw po sa Basa Air Base, Pampanga. Philippine Air Force. Magandang hapon po sa bawat isa. Ayan pa, shoutout din daw po pala sa mga nag-plan tour. Ayan, so while waiting, we'll have our video loop while waiting for our next guest speaker. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
We'll have a short break while waiting for our next resource speaker, and we also want to apologize on behalf of our resource speaker dahil mayroon po talagang kalaban ng traffic. And rush hour po sa France today, and he is from France. So sa mga may gagawin po, for a while, you may do so po. But make sure to return for we will be back after 20 minutes. Thank you.
How can we ensure good lives for all, now and in the future? We have the power to bring good to the country. We have the power to make it brighter. From small communities to big cities, by providing energy for all, always. Energy that's reliable and renewable. Power that protects Mother Earth. Power that takes us places, keeping them cleaner and greener. From the centers of our operations to the edges of our network as we serve our customers. We have the power to conserve our resources.
Thanks, Anna. You brought my going.
To protect and preserve our planet. Our one and only home. And to ensure our health without harm. We have the power to care for our people. While safeguarding their well-being, we empower them to deliver excellent customer service, to improve lives towards a brighter tomorrow.
Your new home is now connected.
Thank you.
We can help bring forth prosperity and a brighter future for all. Together, we can light the path. Empower the good life today and for our children's tomorrow. Powering the good life. Meralco.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead.
Before calling on our next guest speaker, we'll have our raffle draw po muna. So, sino po bang gusto ng raffle draw dito sa ating conference today? Ayan, marami nagsasabing raffle daw kanina pa. So, sa mga alive na alive at gising na gising pa, mag-comment po tayo ng Bind Us Together IIEE sa ating comment section kung gusto po natin ng raffle. Ayan, Ayan. As a symbol of our apologies for the inconvenience, we'll be drawing 10 winners of 200 peso GCash from the IIEE only for the present participants. And once chosen, just click the raise hand button and we will recognize your presence. We'll be giving you 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds at hindi pa po kayo nakapag-raise ng hand, we will be proceeding na sa pagkuha ng or pag-draw ng ating next winner. So stay alert po. At para naman sa mga mananalo, kindly send a direct message to our technical support staff here on Zoom and they will guide you on claiming your GCash prize. So, pwede na po ba nating maipakita ang ating ruleta? Yan, napakadaming nagko-comment ng Bind Us Together IIEE. Okay, so before we proceed sa ating raffle draw, our speaker is present here now on Zoom link. So, Before we proceed, let us all welcome our next guest speaker. Once again, with this topic, EN ISO 20,345-2022, let's give it up for Mr. Guillermo Pacheco, Delta Plus Product Manager on Footwear Protection. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. Good day, Mr. Pacheco.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for letting us and letting me the opportunity to talk about some main topic in the footwear industry today and this year, which is obviously, as the name of my presentation is, I think, clear, the main change in the new standard EN ISO 2345, but also 2344, 2346, 7. Actually, all the standard regulating the put in the market of safety shoes is now changing this year. The ISTM also, but we'll not be talking about it today. We'll be focusing on the CE EN ISO, as you mentioned, 2345, which is addressing the safety footwear business and the safety footwear regulation. So I'll try to share my screen with you, and I hope everybody will be able to see it. Normally, you should see it now. Okay, and normally you should see it quite clearly, like that. All right. So when we are talking about the evolution in the norm 2345, there are some main topics that we need to address and that we will be addressing today. So there are lots of change this year in the safety footwear standard. So we are not going to be addressing everything because this video will be like 2 hours or more. So we'll be addressing the main changes that we have, which are by the count of 2. I would say 2 plus 1, which is 1, the insert anti-perforation, where there is big changes in the way to test and the performance that is required from safety footwear. The slip resistance too is changing in big time this year with new markings and new test methods. We'll see that in details. There are also now new markings coming on the market for safety footwear. We'll see that in details, and some other minor change that we'll be discussing, but quite quickly. Okay. So first, as you can see on the summary, there is one point regarding toe cap. So toe cap, there are some changes, but that are mainly focused on the manufacturer. So we'll not be discussing it because it's just concerned how way to produce the safety footwear, and it doesn't have so much impact on the end users. So let's start by a little bit of context. As you know, there are some different standards in the world of safety footwear. In Europe, regarding CE and ISO, the last version of the standard was made in 2011. All right. So it means that since more than 10 years now, we have the same standard on the market. And this poses some problems when we are talking about new technical way to do safety footwear. For example, since now 10 years, we have more and more new technologies coming on the market. For example, you all seen BASF shoes. You all have seen the evolution in the flexibility of the outsole. And so there are lots of new technical composite plate and composite toe cap that are way more flexible now. So new technologies that are coming on the market, and it means that now, 10 years after the last version of the standard, the way that we used to test our shoes is not quite adapted to the new technologies that we have now on the market of safety footwear. So this is why first in 2017 it was decided to kind of evolve the standard. So first it was kind of the target was to just kind of do an editorial modification of the standard, just to make sure that we are on phase with what's on the market now. But very quickly, the legislators saw that we needed to do also main changes in the technical methods and the technical way to address our test for safety footwear. So it means that now we have lots of technical modification in the way to test our safety footwear when we want to bring them to the market. And so this is why this year we are seeing the new upcoming standard. So first, as I was mentioning in the summary, we'll be talking about the 12568 standard, and more precisely now we are talking about 22 version of this norm, which is now, so it's now named 22568. And this norm is represent this norm is talking about toe caps and insert. So the first mandatory thing that the legislation put in place in the new version of the standard was to separate composite parts and metal parts, meaning that for toe cap and for plate now we have two different parts from each side. So we are talking about steel toe cap, composite toe cap, and we are talking about steel plate and composite plate, and those are four different parts of this very specific norm called 22568. So if we are talking about four parts, let's enter in details to see what are the changes. For example, for anti-perforation, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are some major changes in the test method for anti-perforation. So first of all, for steel plate, so steel anti-perforation insert, this is simple. There is no change at all in the way to test the shoes for anti-perforation insert in steel. Now, if we are talking about composite plate, here there is lots of change. So we are going to enter this in detail after. For toe cap, as I was mentioning, we have now metal toe cap and composite toe cap, and we have some minor changes, but that are more concerning the manufacturer. So I will not be discussing it with you guys today because it's more a technical improvement for the manufacturer, and it doesn't have any impact on the end user. So sorry, it didn't work. So let's move directly to the insert anti-perforation part. So we are talking about the part 3 and part 4 of the 22568 standard, which is a part of the 2345 for safety footwear. So as I was mentioning, if you see on this part of the PowerPoint, the slide here, for metallic insert, there are no changes at all. So meaning that tomorrow, when you'll see safety footwear with the new norm, ISO 2345 2022 with a metal insert, there will be no changes. So this is clear. Now for non-metallic insert, meaning composite insert, composite plate. Here it's way more trickier. First, regarding the last standard, how it was made before. before we used to test the shoes with a nail of a diameter of 4.5 millimeter here. And we used to take a shoes, for example, if we take the Miami, we used to take a shoes and put this nail of 4.5 millimeters and apply a force of 1,100 Newton. And if there is a perforation, the test is failed. If there is not, the test is passed. This was made in the past. So this was a good test, but it brings also some difficulties when the new technologies of outsole appear. What I mean about that is that, for example, in construction field, I'm sure you all went to construction fields, and you see that you have nails. Obviously, you have nails on the field, but way thinner than 4.5 millimeters of diameter. So it means that previously the norm was not perfect for some specific usage. For example, construction field with very small nail. And this is why the regulation team decided to implement a new test with better performance in order to provide the best protection for the user, even in extreme environment where you have a big risk for perforation, such as construction field. So how does it structure itself? As you can see on the first part of the slide here, we have now a test called PL on the norm, which is kind of the old version of the test, meaning that we are testing the shoes with a nail of 4.5 millimeters with the old method. This test, will be called PL. Okay. Now, if you want more performance because you are on the field and your team is on the field with very big risk of perforation, then we can add a higher degree of performance, and this test is called PS, meaning point small. So PL means point large, basically, and PS meaning point small. Okay. This point small will be not 4.5 but 3 millimeters, and this is way more in accordance with what we see on the field, meaning that the shoes now that has a composite plate with a PS test will be way more adapted, to some particular environment where there is a big risk of perforation. So it's a 3 millimeters diameter nail, and the test method has also changed a little bit, because as I was mentioning before, we were taking the nail and we were taking the shoes and we were just applying a force, and if there was some perforation, the test was failed. If there was not, it was passed. Now it's a little bit different, because we take the nail, we apply a force on the shoes of 950 Newton. Then we do a threshold, meaning that we maintain this force for a certain amount of time. And then we move up till 1,100 Newton. And we continue. If there is no perforation, we continue the test. We continue the test until we have perforation, and then we can analyze the performance of the safety shoes, and we can say, okay, this shoes pass because it passed obviously the performance of 1,100 Newton, but we can also see where is this performance of this shoe, for example, and if it's 1.4, 1.5, 1.6. So it allows us to see directly the performance of our shoes in terms of anti-penetration. So to summarize this part, tomorrow for safety shoes, you'll have the choice. If you have metal insert, there is no changes. If you have composite insert, either you can pass the test PL with the old method, 4.5 millimeter nail, or you can pass the test with more performance, the test PS with a 3 millimeters diameter nail, and there you will have better performance in environments where the perforation risk is higher. So this has also an impact on the way to mark the shoes, obviously, because as you know, the shoes, for example, S1P shoes today, it concerns all the shoes. For example, a S1P today can be metal, can be composite. So tomorrow it's a little bit different because the modification I just talked about will be modifying also the marking of the shoes. I mean that tomorrow, for example, S1P shoes will mandatory be a shoes with a metal plate. Okay. Tomorrow, a shoes on the market marked S1P, it will be mandatory that it will be metal. If you have a composite plate in your shoes, you need to mark your shoes with the test you passed, meaning that you need to mark on the shoes, to put on the shoes the test either PL or PS, meaning that if you pass the test with PS, for example, the shoes will be not marked S1P, it will be marked S1PS. If you pass the test with the PL, it will be marked S1PL. Meaning that tomorrow on the market, you will be able to see clearly on first sight if the shoes is a composite shoes with a composite plate, or if it's not, if it's a metal shoes with a metal plate. And if it's the composite plate, you will be able to see the performance of the shoes directly on the label of the shoes here. You will be able to see if the shoes pass the test PL or PS. So this allows the end user to make sure that he has the right tool for the right use. And this allowed everybody on the market to have better protection for the end user. So at the end of the day, it's better for everybody. So that's it for plate for inserts. And now we move on regarding slip resistance. So as you saw, there is some big changes and main changes in the new standard. Now we will be talking about slip resistance, which is the sub-norm called 13287.
Sir, may I interrupt?
Yes.
We cannot see your presentation.
Oh, you cannot see my presentation.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Here, can you see it?
We can now see your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, did you saw this slide? Okay, so I am not sure you saw this slide, but here you can have a sum up of what I've said before for inserts, meaning that as you can see, metal insert here, there is no changes, and for composite insert, there is now the new test called PS on this part with these new nail methods and the new test method, and you can also do the previous test with the PL nail of 4.5 millimeter. Old version, new version, and you can now see the clear differences. So we'll move on the slip resistance. So it's a subnorm called 13287 of the EN ISO 23245. And the new version of the slip resistant, the first element that has been changed, that has been changed, is the test reproducibility by changes some of technical change in the preparation of the outsole, some clarification on the shoe positioning, and also the calibration of the machine that are doing the test. So why the legislation decided to kind of improve technically the test? to improve the reproducibility of the test, to make sure that between all the laboratory in the world, we can have the same and not a perfect, but a way more performant and homogeneous approach of the test in order to make sure that all the shoes on the market have the same performance when they are marked with this level of performance for slippery or this level or this level. So this was just to make sure that every laboratory is able to approach and to have the same approach on the test. But there are some few differences on the test results, so we are not going to enter too in details in this part. Up. So first, in the test method, to test the slip resistance, we have some minor change, but it's just to let you know that when we take shoes, we do not just take the shoes out of the box to test it for slip resistance and put it on the machine, because first we need to take out a little bit of the mold aspect that we have on the outsole, which is kind of oily when you take it out of the packaging. And to do so, we do a really small abrasion of the outsole, and then we clean it, and then obviously we dry it. And so it let us have a better approach to the test and a better approach to make sure that we are in some kind of real condition for the test. So how the slip resistant test is made? Basically, we take the shape of the shoes. So we take the shape of the shoes, okay? So it can be a standard shape, or it can be the manufacturing shape, depending on the manufacturer. We put it on the machine. We put the shoes on the shape, okay? And then we apply force, basically, a vertical force on some environment, on some floor with a specific liquid to see how the shoes react. So there are some different positions that we are using to do the test. We are not using a flat position, but we are using two different positions actually. So here on this part, on this slide, you can see the position that we are using to do the test of slip resistance. So the important part here is that before, in the old version of the standard, we were doing the test on the back part of the shoes and on the flat position. This position doesn't exist anymore. We do not do the test in this position flat anymore. Now we are in the new version of the standard. We are testing our shoes for slip resistance on the back part and on the front part, in order to make sure that we have a more realistic approach of the resistance to slipper. This part obviously being way more difficult to obtain than the flat position, obviously, because you have less material to do the test. Okay. So we move on, and on this slide you have a sum up of what are the main changes for slip resistance. So on the left part of the slide, you see the standard as it was made before. So before, you all know that you had the possibility, it was an option for you to certify your shoes with the SRA test, the SRA test, or the SRB test. And if you had both, your shoes was SRC, all right? So this was done before, okay? Now there are main changes. First, the SRA test is now mandatory. And so it means that all safety shoes now for basic requirement will have to pass this test. It's not an option anymore. So all the shoes on the market will have passed this test called previously SRA, and it will not be marked on the shoes. So previously, this test was done on ceramic floor with NALS, and it's also the case today. But as you can see here, on the right part of the presentation, this four-part slip was not mentioned before, because before we were doing it on flat position. Okay. Important point also to mention is the performance that is increasing. As you can see here, the performance need to pass the test of slip resistance for basic requirements has improved up to 10%, meaning that tomorrow, with the new certification and the new standard ISO 23485 2022, the safety shoes with the basic requirement of the slip resistance will be more performant than the previous one, up to 10%. This is the basic condition that you need to acquire. Then, if you want to have an additional performance for your shoes in terms of slip resistance, you can pass an additional test called SR, which was before named SRB. So before, this test was done on steel floor, but it's not really realistic when we see the industry. So it was decided with the regulation to change it and to pass from steel to ceramic, meaning that tomorrow all the footwear, all the shoes will be tested on ceramic floor for the basic requirements with NALS, and for the SR test, which is now optional like before, but it's still optional, with glycerin, which is basically all. And as you can see here, we also need to have better performance to pass the test. Okay. So if we sum up for slip resistance, before we had SRA, SRB, SRC, not anymore. Now we have basic requirement which correspond to the old SRA test. And for SRB, the test has changed a little bit. It stays optional. It's now on ceramic floor instead of steel, like before. And this test is called now SR. This is for the main changes for slip resistance. And last change I mentioned at the beginning, but we are not using this flat position anymore. We are testing the shoes on the back part and on the front part. All right, so we move on. Now we are talking about evolution in the marking of the shoes. So as you can see here in yellow, you have all the new markings for shoes, okay? Basic new markings for shoes. So as you can see, for example, you are used to see S3 shoes previously, but now on the market, you will see S3 shoes for metal shoes, but you will be also seeing S3L for composite plate with the large nail, and S3S shoes with the small nail of 3 mm. Okay. So now in the market, there will be more markings. But additionally to that, you can see here on the left part of the screen, the operation of two new marks, which are S6 shoes and S7 shoes. So the S6 shoes is basically a S2 shoes with a waterproof membrane, okay, with WR. Meaning that, for example, in S2 shoes is a shoes without anti-perforation plate. And if you want these shoes to be waterproof, now it will be not marked as before S2 plus WR, it will be marked S6. And the next marking appearing is the S7 mark. So the S7 mark, it's very simple. It's like the old F3 shoes plus waterproof membrane. So if you have, for example, a shoes F3 with a waterproof membrane such as Delta Text, for example, for us, you will now be S7 and not F3 plus WR. Okay, so apparition of two new marking. You also have to take into account the fact that now, as for the F3 and for the S1P, the S7 shoes is metal. If you want to have a composite plate, you need to mark if you pass the test with the large point or the small name. Okay, so S7, S7L, and S7S2. These changes are obviously also concerning boots, meaning that, for example, for S5 boots, tomorrow it will concern only metal boots, and if you want to have composite boots, you will need to address the nail which you use to pass the test. So this is for the additional marking. So S6, S7, S6 égale S2 shoes plus waterproof membrane, S7 égale F3 shoes plus waterproof membrane. So if we move on, there are some other minor changes that we need to address. First of all, permeability and water vapor coefficient. So here we are going not to enter too in detail in the test, but just so you can see the approach. As I was mentioning at the beginning of the presentation, one of the main issue in the standard, in the old standard, was the improvement of the technology in our safety footwear. It's also the case when we are talking about, for example, lining and material inside the shoes, improving breathability. Because now more and more of users are seeking not only for basic safety footwear, but also for kind of light, flexible, with good design and with good comfort. And the comfort pass also by breathability. And so previously the breathability was done by a test of breathability was done by measuring the water vapor coefficient of the shoes, meaning that the breathability, if we can say, the breathability coefficient of the breathability performance of the shoes. And we were doing it on the old standard by taking out all the non-permeable part of the shoes on the upper. And when we put all this part aside, we did a test of vapor permeability of the remaining of the material, and we needed to have a performance of 0.8 milligram per centimeter square hecto. Now the approach is kind of the same, but we just put some classes of shoes in the new standard, meaning that we do the same approach. We take all the non-permeable part of the shoes aside, and if this non-permeable part represent less than 10% of the shoes, we need to have a performance of water vapor permeability for the rest of the material of 0.8 milligram per centimeter square hecto. If this non-permeable part represent between 10 and 25%, we need to improve our performance of the rest of the material in terms of breathability up to basically more than 2 milligram per centimeter square hecto. And if the non-permeable part represents more than 25% of the shoes, of the global shoes, the sample will be declared as non-compliant. So it's just a manner to improve the overall breathability of and so the overall comfort of the user on the market. So that's it for permeability. So waterproof, the waterproof test has also changed a lot. And to make it simple, before the test, so the test it's always this, it's also the same in the new standard. Huh? So we put the shoe inside the water, and we do a flexing test with an angle of 22 degrees with 1 flexion per second for 80 minutes. And we see after what's the percentage of water inside the shoes. Before, in the old version of the standard, we had some percentage of penetration of water allowed after the test. Now it's not the case anymore. A shoes to be waterproof need to have 0% of water penetration after the test is done. Meaning that after 80 minutes at 1 flexion per second with an angle of 22 degrees inside water, the shoe will have to have 0 penetration of water in order to pass the test waterproof. So it's way more performant and way more kind of technically challenging for us as manufacturer, obviously. Another minor change is the apparition of an additional test called ladder grip. So basically, we were used to say that some shoes are compliant in the use of in a kind of climbing ladder. So now this décroché, as we say in French, this grip has been measured in order to make sure that the shoes has the right level of grip on the back, in order to make sure that it's compliant with the use of a ladder. So here is just to let you know that you can find on the market tomorrow some shoes with this additional marking LG, ladder grip, meaning that the shoes is compatible with ladder. Oh, sorry. If we move on, there is another new test called SC, scuff cap. It's also an additional test, and it's just a measurement of the abrasion performance of this part on the shoes, the front part. So we know that this kind of part on the shoes improve the abrasion resistance of the shoes, and now this part is tested with an abrasive machine where we are doing 8,000 cycles of abrasion on the material. And if there is no hole at the end, the test is passed, and we can say that this shoes is passed the test scuff cap. Okay, so this is also an additional test that you will be able to find on the market. So that's it for the major change and some of the minor changes. We didn't cover all the changes in the standard because there are way too much to cover in less than one hour. But last but not least, the fuel and oil test that was previously mandatory. So for safety shoes, previously the fuel and oil resistance test was a mandatory test to put the safety shoes on the market. It's not the case anymore, and now you can have a shoe on the market without this test, meaning that if you have some risk of fuel and oil on your environment as user, you need to make sure that tomorrow the shoe will be tested with FO test, and it will be marked on the label of the shoes. Okay. Last, the WRU test, which is the test that is made in order to make sure that a shoes pass the F3 test, is now called WPA, but there is no any technical change in the test. Now, if we are talking about schedule, because schedule is important, I mentioned lots of information today. So if we want to make sure that it's clear, we need to have a kind of a quick view of what's done in terms of calendar. First, this new norm, the new standard EN ISO 2345.2022 has not been released yet on the official journal, meaning that for now, you cannot see on the market, the norm is not officially on the market, the standard. But it should be done quite quickly now. But we need to take into account some very important facts, and for you it's really important to keep in mind that CE certificate is valid for 5 years. Meaning that you will find on the market in the next years safety shoes with the old standard and safety shoes with the new standard. It doesn't mean that the safety shoes with the old standard will be not compliant anymore, because as I mentioned, the CE certificate is valid for 5 years. So you will have those two kind of shoes, old norm and new standard. And you have to keep in mind that in the old standard, there are some markings, for example, that were not the same than with the new standard. For example, if we are talking about anti-perforation plate, before we were not mentioning if we had metal or composite plate. So S1P, as I was mentioning before, S1P could be on the old standard metal or composite. Now it's not the case anymore, and that means that on the market you will find some S1P shoes with a composite plate, because if the model has been certified before the operation of the new standard, it will be with the old standard. Okay. In order to clarify this point and to make sure that you know what you are, for example, as safety managers, what you have in your hand, always look to the label inside the shoes. Okay, so for example, here it's there. On this small label that you have inside the shoes, you need to have the version of the standard you test the shoes with. Meaning that if you have a doubt, if you do not know, because there will be these two standards on the market, if you're not sure, just take a look at the label, and if you see EN ISO 2345.2011, it means that it's an old standard. If it's 2022, it means that it's the new standard. And that's it. And this should clarify directly what kind of shoe you have in hand. A shoe with the old standard or a shoe with the new standard. Last point. So us, Delta Plus, we made a couple of tools, because I just put lots of information directly. So you can find on our networks some communication tools in order to clarify what I've said. Sorry if my English is not perfect. So if there is some point that was not clear, you can find all these different topics on our network. We have a poster available on our website with all the aspects I just mentioned. We have also a web series of 3 really short videos of 1 minute available on YouTube that you can see explaining those changes too. And And we have also training that are available for internally, but also externally with customers, with key customers that want to learn more about the standards. And that's it for me. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your listening. And if you have, I don't know if you have question, I don't know how it works, but I'm okay for my part.
Thank you for giving and imparting us your knowledge regarding this matter, Mr. Pacheco. And now let us proceed to our question and answer portion. For our participants, you may now drop your questions in our Zoom chat box and Mr. Pacheco will answer our queries and questions. 4 questions, participants. First question, Mr. Pacheco. Will there be sole decomposition if the safety shoe is not used?
Sorry, what's the question?
Will there be sole decomposition if the safety shoe is not used?
I'm sorry, I do not. Will there be sole decomposition if the safety shoe is not used? Oh, okay. No. Like, I'm not sure I understand the question, to be frank, because so okay, I understand what you. I think the person is talking about hydrolysis. The phenomenon of hydrolysis. So this is an important topic for manufacturer. In some countries where you have a lot of degree of heat and also humidity, you have this phenomenon of hydrolysis that is attacking the PU of the soil. And us as manufacturer, we have kind of some different tools to try to. It's not related. It's not a question related, I think, to the standard, but it's okay. And we have some different tools to allow the shoes to resist the hydrolysis. And for example, us in some of our ranges, we are putting a specific chemical element in the sole in order to make sure that even in really high hydrolysis environment, we do not have decomposition of the sole. It really depends about the manufacturer, the way you stock also the shoes, and the way the shoes has been made. If I see the chat, I think there is another question. How many months before you replace a safety shoe? It depends. It depends about the use and the environment where you're using the shoes. If you are talking about construction environment, your shoes, if you are talking about good shoes, it should last between 10 and 12 months maximum, because if you are using every day, 12 months of use for safety shoes in construction, it means that it's a really good shoes. If you are working in logistic with more light environments, your shoes can go up to 1 year and 6 months. But we consider us as manufacturer that if your shoes has been used more than 6 to 8 months in a very extreme environment, it means that the shoes is doing its job.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Another question. Normally, as the shoe age and not used, it decomposes or becomes brittle, or the glue expires and ruin the shoe. Will your product do the same when not used?
Okay, so yeah, so us as manufacturer, we did some internal tests to see after what time the shoes start to have this kind of hydrolysis was one part of the thing, but there is also, as the question is here, kind of the age of the shoes. And us as manufacturer, we did some internal tests, and so now what we recommend is that a shoes is used between 3 to 5 years after the date of production of the shoes. So when you take the shoes, you see inside the label, and you should use our shoes between, depending on the condition of stock of the shoes, you should use these shoes, and we are guaranteeing the good condition of the sole between 3 to 5 years after the production date. It doesn't matter if the shoes has been used or not. For us, we are recommending a use between 3 and 4 or 5.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Another question. To what step potential can this PPE could it withstand safely with the user?
To what potentials can this PPE could which PPE? Which one?
The shoes, sir.
Okay, to what step potential can this PPE could it withstand safely? I'm sorry, I do not understand the question. But I see another question just before. Is there a steel plate inside of the sole of a safety shoe? Yes, if you have a safety shoes marked S1P or S3, or now in the new standard S7, you'll have a steel plate or a composite plate if you choose to have a composite plate. So interesting question I see. How can we know the production date? So you just have to see, depending on the manufacturer, but most of the time on the label here on the label of the shoes, you will find a small number and a small batch number. So for example, here, the batch number is 12/2018. Okay? So it's written on the label. You should see it quite easily. Is your product safety shoes can stand in the diesel and oil? Some safety shoes damage its bottom rubber and mate. Yes, so to have better protection against oil and gas, you should have a rubber sole, and we have a range dedicated to this matter.
Mr. Ulysses Ocampo is raising his hands. Maybe he has questions.
Yes, sir, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Yeah, bonjour. Anyway, I heard a lot of explanation concerning your product. You have concentrated on the sole of your shoes, which is commonly important for the tradesmen or for the skilled workers. Sir, I am having a plantar fasciitis, a kind of injury on my foot. So usually, I only wear shoes that having a high arch to support the bottom part of my feet. Do you have any product that provide a high arch as well, so that every time I jump a bit or I do some distance of walking, at least it wouldn't give me some sort of pain because my high arch is protected by your shoes. Commonly here in the Philippines, the only renowned shoe brands are sneakers and Asics gel.
Yeah.
How about your safety shoes, sir? Do you have any product that could give me such comfort?
You mean products with a high protection like this one?
No, sir. On the interior part, where the bottom of my foot step, the interior part, sir. The interior part. When you insert your foot, if you okay, sorry. There were two kinds of footings we have. The first one is the flat-footed, right? And the other one, we have the arch on our foot at the bottom. Now, what I'm asking about is, do you have any shoes or design of your shoes that having an arch inside of your product?
Oh yeah. Okay, you mean about the construction inside the shoes to make sure you have the good balance on your feet when you are walking in unstable ground. yeah, we have a bunch of products in our range that are seeking and that are seeking to improve the stability on unstable ground, basically. So I'm thinking about, for example, we have a range called Trekwork. Basically, the name say itself. Which is kind of well designed to have a good balance of the feet when you are working inside on an unstable ground. Yeah, we have, because this is one of the main risks kind of everywhere, to have some torsion of the ankle at the end.
Okay. Does that product, sir, included on that YouTube presentation that you mentioned a while ago?
No, it's not. I'm not talking about this product in YouTube, but you can see on our website Delta Plus in our shoes. You just have to go to the outdoor products, and you will find it. These products are called Trekwork. So it's TW42 and TW, sorry, 402 and TW302. Those kind of shoes are product designed for outdoor use.
Okay then, sir. I'll just gonna visit your website. Anyway, merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see there is more question. Is safety shoe recommended for hiking? I see. So if you have a good safety shoe, you can hike definitely. We try more and more. I think this is a good question actually, because the kind of the market has changed a lot between 10 years and now, and user are seeking more and more for comfortable shoes and light shoes. So meaning that now you can find on the market some great comfortable safety shoes that you can use during the day, independent if you are just working on a stationary place or if you are doing a lot of work. I would not recommend myself to do Mount Everest with safety shoes, but anyway, you could try.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. For our last question. Do it has electrical hazard protection? To what extent it could withstand safely on its user?
Says yeah. So electric hazard. So for in the CE norm, so in the European norm, the electric part is covered. It's not covered the same as for ASTM standard. For CE shoes, we are talking about anti-static shoes, ESD shoes, and some conductress shoes. If you want to have some electric hazard protection, you need to have a shoes norm with the ASTM standard. So we have a bunch of shoes. Certified with the ASTM standard, but it's another norm. It's not the same as the one I just talked about, because there you need to basically for ASTM and for electric hazard protection, the approach is to isolate the feet from the user, and the approach in the CEN ISO anti-statism, the approach is to regulate the electricity, the anti-static electricity you have between the user and the floor. So it's not the same approach between the two standards. So if you seek for electric hazard protection, you should go with the shoes norm ASTM. We have a bunch of shoes certified with ASTM.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco, and we are sorry to say that we need to cut the question and answer part to proceed on our program. But Mr. Pacheco, can we have your email so our participants can send you their questions?
Yeah, do you want me to put it on the chat?
Yes, please, sir. Thank you.
And I put it in. Right. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for letting us talk about this great subject for us.
Thank you very much for your active participation in answering all of our questions, Mr. Pacheco. And to express
Thank
our
you.
sincere gratitude, please accept the Certificate of Appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, accredited professional organization, certificate number I-APO-016, PRC accredited CPD provider number OEE-2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby presented to Mr. Guillaume Pacheco in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of his invaluable contribution as the technical presenter on the topic EN-ISO 20345-2020 during the Electrical Safety International Conference in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. With the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 9th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Guillaume Pacheco. And now, we hope that everyone is satisfied with this unique learning experience the Electrical Safety Committee and of course our guest speakers have given us. Electrical safety is important, so step up, take charge, and enable somebody to live and work more securely. As an ending gesture, let us hear from Engineer Ramon Z. Gatchalian Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for Technical Affairs and the Overseer of Electrical Safety Committee for his closing remarks. Good afternoon, Engineer Gatchalian. Engineer, you are on mute po.
Hello? Hello?
Hello po.
Okay? Hello?
You are audible, Engineer.
Okay. Good afternoon, participants. I'm very happy to know that most of our practitioners are really interested in the topic of electrical safety. And I'm very happy that we were able to invite competent speakers to share their knowledge about this very important issue. So I hope that all of us will continue to learn more about electrical safety and to put them in practice. Really, safety starts with us. And as electrical practitioners, we should be very conscious of what we do. So I hope that you guys learned a lot, and I congratulate you for spending this time to participate in this very important endeavor. I wish to thank the committee members for this successful event, and I thank the speakers for their time and their sharing of their knowledge. So good afternoon to all, and let's enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us such a wonderful message and for sparing us your time, Engineer Gatchalian. And finally, we'll now have our raffle draw na pinakahihintay ng lahat. Alive pa po ba ang ating mga participants? Once again, we will be drawing 10 winners of 200 peso GCash from the IIEE. Only for the present participants. And once chosen, just click the raise hand button and we will recognize your presence. And we will only be giving you 5 seconds. And kapag wala po, magpaproceed tayo sa next winner. So, please stay alert. And para naman po sa mga mananalo, kindly send a direct message to our technical support staff. Ayan, nandito po sila sa Zoom. Pwede po natin silang i-direct, pwede po tayo mag-send ng direct message sa kanila. And they will guide us on claiming your GCash prize. And now, let us show our participants the roulette. Ayan, napakaraming names. Sige po. For our first winner, congratulations, Miss Rika Angeline A. Ani. Kindly raise your hand na lang po sa winner. Yung winner lang po ang mag-raise ng hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ayan. Miss Rika and Miss Annie is not here. So we'll be picking another winner. So let's spin the roulette. So, yung mga naka-raise po ng hand, pababa po muna. Thank you. Congratulations, Miss Shadiel Pakubas Ray. Mr. or Miss. Congratulations. Please raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, ating winner, ang second winner ay wala. So, we will be spinning again. Congratulations, Corinne Ryan A. Reyes. Nandito po ba siya? Raise your hand in 5. Ay, ayan, nandito pala siya. Congratulations, Mr. Corinne Ryan. Is it Mr. po ba? Ayan, congratulations. So, para po sa nanalo, mag-direct message na lang po tayo sa ating technical support staff. So, we'll be spinning another for our next winner, second winner. Congratulations, Mr. Prince Albert Billones Bautista. You may now raise your hand po. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry, Mr. Bautista, but we will be picking another winner. For our second winner, we have... Yan, gising na ang ating mga participants. Mr. Philip De Vera Dasalia. Congratulations, you may now raise your hand. Nandito po ba siya? Raise your hand. So, let's proceed to our next winner. So, kapag napili po, raise na lang po ng hand para po maklaim ang inyong prize. Congratulations, Mulver M. Igama. Please raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry po, but we'll be choosing another winner. Congratulations, Mr. Reynan M. Mecca. Please raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So he's not here po. Paalala lang po, please yung name po natin dapat i-reflect ang ating real name para po valid po kapag nag-raise tayo ng hand. Congratulations, Mr. Juanito F. Santos. Kindly raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So he's not here po. Ayan, nasa na ang ating participants? Buhay pa ba? Congratulations, Ismael Onrubia. You may now raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sayang naman po yung 200 GCash. So make sure po na nandito po tayo sa ating Zoom link para maklaim ang inyong prize. Congratulations, Mr. Edgar Alan F. Villegas. You may raise your hand in 5, 4, 3. Oh, ayan, present po si Mr. Edgar Alan. Congratulations. Please send a direct message to our technical support team. For our third winner, yung GCash number po ang ating isasend sa ating technical support team. Support staff. Our next winner, Neil Arnie M. Macopia. Raise your hand in 5. Oh, ang bilis for our third winner. And send a direct message na lang po sa ating technical support staff. Thank you. For our next winner, we have Mr. J. Robles. Are you present with us today? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes po, lahat po ng registered participant ay kasali po sa ating ruleta. For our fourth winner, congratulations, Mr. Leonilo A. Malabanan. Raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So para po sa ating mga winners, huwag po kalimutang mag-send ng direct message sa ating staff. Mr. Almario Valledelo, are you here? Raise your hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ayan, mauubos na yung laman ng ruleta natin. Sige po, let's proceed. Congratulations, Mr. Philip R. Atok. You may now raise your hand on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, ito po pala for our, etong winner na to is ibibigay na po ang kanyang prize kahit hindi po siya makapag-raise ng hand since we're running out of time na rin po. So, congratulations, Mr. Philip. Ayan pala siya. Congratulations. So, message lang po sa ating tech team. For our next winner, fifth winner. Congratulations, Mr. Carl Alexis Tan de Malanta. Kindly message na lang po ang ating technical support staff. Send your GCash account number. Thank you. Sixth winner. Congratulations, Miss Diane Clear Dasalias Era. Send na lang po ng GCash account number sa ating support staff, technical support staff. Congratulations. Next, we have Crisanto Buelva Libradelia. Congratulations, our 7th winner. For our 8th winner, message na lang po tayo sa ating technical support staff and i-DM po natin sa kanila yung GCash account number. Thank you. We have Arjon Valencia. Same procedure po. Mag-message na lang po tayo. Mag-send na po tayo ng direct message sa ating technical support staff. For our 9th winner, down to last 2. Congratulations, Mr. Nestor Vinaga Portes. Same procedure po, wag po kalimutang mag-message. For our last, but not the least, winner for today's raffle, we have Mr. Carlo M. Humalon. Once again, congratulations to our winners and wag po natin kalimutang mag-message sa ating technical staff. And para po sa ating evaluation form. Nakalagay na po siya sa ating chat box. So wag po kalimutang mag-answer ng ating evaluation form, for this will serve as your attendance and para rin po sa ika-improve ng next event ng ating committee, Electrical Safety Committee. Thank you so much and congratulations sa ating winner. And that concludes the Electrical Safety International Convention brought to you by the IIEE Electrical Safety Committee in line with the IIEE's 47th Annual National Conference and the 3E Expo 2022. This event won't be possible without the presence of our participants, so we will be taking this opportunity to appreciate you for staying with us for the whole duration of this international conference. Secondly, to our esteemed guests and resource speakers, once more, thank you very much. Once again, for everyone's information, the presentation materials of our resource speakers will be posted in IIEE website after the convention for everyone's reference. Again, this is your host, Jean Rusky Alvies Castillo, an IIEE CSC National Officer, leaving you with an important reminder: safety is a lifestyle and electrical well-being starts with you. Thank you very much and have a great day ahead.
Best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world.
Once again, reminder po, let us answer sa ating evaluation. Thank you.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. You ain't never gonna know if you never even try. Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Be politicians, be preachers, be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers, be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions.